Friends, my name's Host Eric, and I'm here to say you too can cherish tenderly. And a lot of people come up to me and say, Eric, is tender cherishing too hard for me? Is it something that's within my wheelhouse and I can do? And I tell them, I have told them in the past that no, it's not. It's too hard for you. But tonight, I've taken it upon myself, and I've gotten from Rachel a tepid commitment to help if she feels like it. I've taken it upon myself to teach you and everybody else in the world the easy way to tenderly cherish something. It doesn't have to be a big operation. It doesn't have to be a big hassle. People think it does because that's how it's always been done. You know, every time anybody goes to cherish something tenderly in the past, it's involved a lot of pulleys, levers, wiring, etc. Not anymore, thanks to Host Eric's life-changing new program, which I call TCT, Tender Cherishment Training. In the youth cultures, they're referring to it as talked. They're adding an O and an E that doesn't exist, basically. Right, so now I need to go to this thing, which is what I was about to do, before I failed. Well, don't worry, everybody. Failure time's over now. From this moment forward, I'm going to guarantee you nothing but unmitigated, thrilling, captivating, and otherwise unbelievable excitement, pleasure. You know, I promise you so much pleasure, you'll wonder if you've died and gotten a ticket on the good ship Lollipop.
You're welcome, Winston's mom.
Well, one of the biggest ongoing debates in the cherishment community at large is whether it's better to cherish something that's precious or something that's darling. I can see both sides.
You call me darling.
I do. I'm less often to call you a darling, though.
That's true.
I also call you precious.
You do call me precious, but it's like to describe me.
Right. Like, you're my precious something.
Mm-hmm.
I usually modify it. Was anything either precious or darling today? Did I tenderly cherish anything today? Well, I was kind of tenderly cherishing the guitar a little bit, I guess.
Mm.
I was enjoying playing around on it. Then,
Okay, I have one too.
there you go, get up.
Mm.
Then, I tenderly cherished an episode or two of anime that I saw today. But, you know, it's a new season. I'm still acclimating to all the new shows on Crunchyroll. You know, tender cherishment is something for once you have a little familiarity with something, you can really tenderly cherish it. You can't tenderly cherish a stranger.
No.
No. Especially if they're trying to give you candy. So that's the worst kind of stranger there is. Winston's mom, I've got some advice for you. If a stranger comes up to you and asks you to help them find their lost puppy, say no. Chances are they don't even have a lost puppy. Just a horrific backstory. I have heard of Castle in the Sky. I don't think I've ever seen it. Here you go, you're a feeler now. You can tell because you got a feeler card. That's the sort of thing that all licenses all the time could handle. That did happen to you as a child. A man approached you and asked you to help him find a puppy, and you said no. You're like, no. How much you gonna pay me, bitch? That's where puppies typically go, you know. Well, that guy sounds like he was up to no good.
Yeah.
No good whatsoever.
We all know what happens in the bleachers.
The bleachers that you spelled the first time, that's bleachers for sheep.
You bleach sheep?
No, if you want to put sheep into bleachers, you have to have them go to bleachers.
Bleachers?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Because sheep say bleat. Did you think they were the ones that said gobble, gobble, gobble? No. Those are turkeys. We must have had a perv in the neighborhood because I also received dirty phone calls. A man regularly called and would ask me if I had ever seen a grown man naked. Like from Airplane? That's a joke in Airplane.
Is it?
Yeah. Like, there were two pilots on the plane, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the main pilot, like, invites a little boy up to their cabin.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. He's like,
Have you ever been in a Turkish prison?
Yeah. I like Airplane.
It's a good movie. I think it's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's best film work.
I do too.
I got really dirty phone calls in Korea in the command center. An old Korean man would call regularly and speak dirty in Korean and then giggle at them. He'd say, I told you, I don't want any Chinese food. And then your commanding officer would remind you, that Korean, Chinese, whatever, same difference. It's my imitation of Winston's mom back in the day when she was in Korea. Whatever, that's fine. Get over here already. That's how she talks back then. Me and Leslie are going out for kimchi after work today. Do you want to come with us? So I was considering titling this live stream Sports, Courts, and Ports. But I did want to talk some about sports. But after reflecting on the fact that I didn't want to talk about courts or ports, I decided to title it Cherishing Tenderly Made Easy. Which I think is a better title than Cherishing Tenderly for Idiots. Those For Idiots books, I don't want to be a person who's such an idiot and need to buy a book that's for idiots. I get it if you're talking about your fourth slot function, let's say, it's TI. Let's say, just pretend that. Well, then you might not have any problem self-identifying as not smart. But even then, do you really self-identify as an idiot?
That's true. I never really thought too much about it. That was like something I was just like, oh. They say dummies though, I think. But that's still like, who wants to be?
You're right, dummies. The thing is, I get it kind of if it's like replacing your carburetor for dummies. Because you're going into that thing, you're saying, okay, look, I'm not good at this kind of stuff, but I still want to do this myself. So I need a book that assumes I'm a complete idiot because I don't know anything about it, but I still want to figure it out. Okay, that's fine. I get that. But there are a lot of those books are not about straight ahead TE kind of matters like changing out a spark plug or whatever.
Yeah.
A lot of them are about things like deontology for dummies. That's a book that should not sell well. If you need to read a book called Deontology for Dummies to understand deontology, then you probably aren't very interested in deontology. Cognitive behavioral therapy for dummies.
I like that.
We should send your mom a gift of a book called Accountability for Dummies.
Oh, that would totally be the same equal as a Buddha board for letting go.
Right. That would be the appropriate response. And Mom, I got you this book. How to Stop Being a Cunt in 90 Days. They should have a show called 90 Day Dark Triad Rehab with host Eric, in which they find people who are dark triad-y people, narcissists or whatever, and then they come to me and they try to schmooze me and fool me. And no. You need to be accountable actually in front of other people where you don't want to be.
So she would never come to our wedding because
She's afraid we'd do that.
yeah.
We would not do that. But because that would just be ambushing our own wedding.
And also, like, she did say that she would disown me if I were to leave with you. So it's like, why would she go to the wedding then if that's how she feels?
Well, because in our more recent phone calls, apparently she's very happy for you.
I actually don't think she knew that we were engaged, and that's why she was like, "Oh, that was fast."
Or maybe she wasn't even talking about us. She was just saying how amazed she is the contract under Guadalupe Fur Seal is back. That's right. It's Cookfissa.
Cookfissa.
Mannequin positioning protocols. Is that etiquette? I think protocol. Mannequin positioning protocols for dummies. I'd like to write a book called Picking Up Rocks for Dummies. Um, Do you think that narcissism is a cognitive function bias? Because we all have, because we all know some SPs who just aren't narcissists. But do you think fast and talk smarter than intuitives? I mean, I don't know any SPs who talk smarter than me. But no, I don't think narcissism has anything to do with cognitive function. I don't think any of the dark triad stuff does. I think you can get a narcissist of any type. I think you get, you know, I mean, the worst dark triad variety is antisocial. I don't think I've really ever met anybody like that. Those people, those kind of people are actually scary. Like, they'll get violent.
Really?
Yeah, well, what makes it antisocial personality disorder is that it incorporates at least some instances of rights violations, you know. Whereas narcissists don't necessarily commit any crimes.
They're just like entirely abusive.
Right. They're like Weinstein said. Like
Mm-hmm.
Weinstein said when he first got like exposed was, I didn't break any laws. I may have done some immoral things, but I didn't do anything illegal. When he insisted, you know. Of course, that just shows you what a narcissist is. Because who cares if it's illegal or not? You got to be morally righteous regardless.
Yeah, you do.
There are obligations beyond your legal obligations to be a good human being.
You know that the Tom Cruise character in Tropic Thunder was making fun of.
Weinstein?
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Because apparently that's exactly how he is.
Was.
Was.
Now he is sitting in a jail cell.
Is he? He's in jail now?
I believe so. I mean, I know he was convicted on at least some counts of something that involved some jail time, and I don't know if he was out on he was out on bail prior to his conviction or not. But let's look it up. Harvey Weinstein jail. He was sentenced to 23 years in prison. That's a pretty long time.
Yeah.
And spend the rest of his life behind bars. Warning, this article mentions sexual assault. Your warning. Right?
Yeah.
The disgraced former film producer is held at the Twin Towers Correctional Facility in Los Angeles under booking number 6217733. It's a maximum security prison built in 1997 with a maximum capacity of 9,500 prisoners. He's already serving a 23-year prison sentence after being convicted on 2 charges committing a criminal sexual act in the first and third degree rape in New York. But he also faced criminal charges in California, where he was extradited in July 2021. What is third degree rape?
Yeah, what is it? Scumbag.
Okay, so it's basically rape in the third degree is saying if you don't have sex with me, you're gonna lose your job.
Ah. Yeah, I can see that. Ew.
Yeah. Well, that got real no good, Nick. You know. Well, I mean, it's like in the first degree, somebody's being held down, they're kicking and fighting back, and they're not being able to escape, right? In the second degree, there's probably some implied threat of force, but no actual physical restraint or whatever. And then in the third degree, it's financial rather than physical threat. So, did I see the Dalai Lama situation? No, but I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm curious too.
Did he clearly expressed lack of consent? I mean, clearly expressed lack of consent. You don't need. It doesn't make any sense, right? Because a lack of consent is not something that needs to be expressed. Consent needs to be attained by the one seeking it, not expressed. You know, it's like the burden's backwards there. Anyway, that's fine. They can be dumb in their wording of things, but that's it's just how the world is. People word things in bad ways. Okay, so anyway, he's in jail, is where he is.
Good stuff.
Yeah. I'm sure a lot of people probably think, well, unfortunately, it happened so late in his life that he'd already done most of the damage that he was going to do before they got him. But I would say
Thank you.
he's got another, I'd say, 20 years of life in him. 20 years in prison is a pretty substantial serving of justice,
Yeah. A lot of times people get away with that sort of thing.
I wonder what happened to Epstein.
Didn't he die?
Well, yeah, he's dead, but they said he killed himself. But
Yeah.
the story of him killing himself is
Sketchy?
it couldn't be any sketchier.
Yeah.
What? No, I already asked you. What is it about the Dalai Lama?
Yeah, what happened?
Did he get a new orange robe? Because out of a failure. I saw an old video where Courtney Love was asked on the red carpet if she had any advice for young actresses. She replied, "Don't get on a plane with Harvey Weinstein." Wow. Couldn't be any more clear cut than that.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it has to do with their robe. Either they changed the color scheme from orange and yellow to yellow and orange, or maybe they changed the name of their baseball team from the Indians to the Guardians. Or maybe they changed their name from the Buffalo Sabres to the Buffalo Sporks.
That's more non-violent.
Mm-hmm. Like, let's just make them the spoons. They don't need any pointy parts at all.
Oh, let me see what
From now on, the Buffalo Sabres need to be called the Buffalo. All right, I'll check it out. Buffalo Spoons.
Cool, it's still 2-1.
In favor of the Rangers.
Yes.
In favor of the good guys. In favor of the team you want to win. The better team in your eyes. Okay, I will Google this thing. Dalai Lama apologizes after video shows him asking a boy to suck my tongue? What?
Yeah.
I mean, like, how do you apologize for something like that?
He was asking a boy to suck his thumb?
His tongue.
His tongue? Ew.
Huh. Well, that's weird, for sure. But I'm not quite sure what to make of it. I mean, this happened in front of a bunch of people. So it seems very unlikely that he meant for it to be taken literally. It, you know, if they had been off furtively by themselves somewhere, then we could interpret it as he's trying to do something with that person. But and the fact that he said it like in front of a bunch of people, I don't know what to make of that. Regardless, most importantly, Mr. Bobby, like, just try to moderate your outrage intake.
Oh, and just for like everyone's information, I was wrong about
John Lennon.
yeah, John Lennon. He didn't beat
He
Yoko.
didn't beat Yoko Ono.
Yeah.
And he
And
only
he
slapped
only
that other
slapped-
woman one time.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was because she had a fly on her cheek.
Oh, what on her cheek?
A fly.
A fly, right. Hi, Miss Fortune.
You were always suspicious of Mr. Llama? Well, I kept going to shows expecting to see a woman singing, "Working 9 to 5." Turns out it's a different Dolly.
Oh.
Her shows are so boring. He just goes up to everybody and sucks their tongue. If you want to be one with the weight of the universe, I need to suck your tongue. Go on, stick it out. Very good. Let's talk about your tongue chakra. Let's talk about it. You got the aura of a tongue chakra. Let's talk about it. Can I get a tongue chakra burrito? Can I get green sauce? What is tongue chakra burrito anyway? Oh, senor. You ordered a special menu item. Come around the back of the taco truck and I'll show you. Well, I don't mind you pointing this one out, Mr. Bobby, because it is a real head scratcher.
It is a real head scratcher. Like, I'm like, did he say something like that? And it was.
Is Dalai Lama in charge of some specific religion?
I don't know. I don't really know much about Dalai Lama.
Is it like Buddhists obey the Dalai Lama? Is he their master king? Sorry, I can't come over today. Why not? Dalai Lama said we have to start celebrating the Sabbath early this week. I've seen plenty of lingua tacos, sure. But not so much sucked lingua tacos. As a Buddhist, I'm speechless. It's a great bumper sticker.
That is. It's a great bumper sticker.
As a Buddhist, I know that all life has infinite value, which is why I'm just gonna get the chicken tacos. Because, they don't have animals in them. Yes, that is why. Because the llama has my tongue. And I have the llama's tongue. Needless to say, it's been a challenge learning how to speak normally again with the llama's tongue. So the Dalai Lama, is he like the Pope of Buddhism? Is that basically what his thing is? Well, he says you shouldn't apologize because he didn't do anything exactly. He should explain himself in a way that's believable. I'm sorry if my words cause my followers hurt or pain. Fuck off, dude. That's not an explanation. That's just a fucking schmarmy. It's just a bowl of schmarmy schmarms. No, I don't apologize. No. No. I just see this as an opportunity for you to reflect on why you're so bothered, why you're so angry.
Is that the Dalai Lama speaking?
Yeah, that's the Dalai Lama speaking.
Mm.
He's trying to pull a Jeff Shaw, but it's not working.
So, do you think that Jeff Shaw is pretty much like the Dalai Lama?
If you don't already know that, Rachel, it might be too late.
That's what Jeff Shaw would say.
You're projecting. I don't think Jeff Shaw would say.
Yes, that's what Jeff Shaw would say.
Interesting. This face. Jeff Shaw's enlightened me beyond measure too. Because he's such a steady demonstrator of what bullshit sounds like. He just happy posturing without anything to back it up all the time. And it's like, yeah. You interviewed a Vietnam vet at school today? I guess he has to treat a lot of potbelly pigs.
He was crazy, or is he still crazy? Or like what he did was crazy. Just Davis.
I agree with you that Shaw is funny. I enjoy when he's around. But it's very easy to explain and demonstrate his MO.
Well, it's funny because I remember there was one stream where he was like actually nice and complimentary towards you. Um, and I was like, what? This is weird. But then soon enough.
Right. He was just trying to get his foot in the door so that he could drop some sort of bomb.
Mm-hmm.
He sometimes is nice and polite to me. And he is that way sometimes because he knows that I'll generally let him get away with doing that shit to other people, but not to me. So, like, you know, he did this thing the other day where he said, Boba Fett's not an INFJ. Too many examples of TE. Hint, hint. Yeah. The thing is, if I didn't think about it at the time, or I didn't like see that till too late, basically. But if I had asked him, well, can you tell me? Can you give some of these examples, please, of him being TE, so I have some concept of what you mean when you say that's an example of somebody being TE? He would just be like, if you can't spot the examples yourself, I'm afraid it's too late for you. You think he's on the path of softening up? I don't think he's too hard. I think it reminds me of Corey in a certain way.
Yeah.
Like, Corey shares with Jeff Shaw this, like, reflexive opposition to Eric having any swagger, I guess you'd say.
It's so weird.
It is weird, but well, the thing is, Mac Daddy, that's why I wish I had said that to him, was because he generally doesn't say something like there are multiple examples of this. Well, right, because yeah, the thing is this, Mac Daddy, what he doesn't want to do is mean anything specific by that, because then I could operationalize what he's saying and use it against him. By just making claims that inform you not at all about what he actually might be referring to, he gets to intimate things, establish and sustain his positioning as he wants it, with him the expert and you learning from him. And I never asked to actually explain anything or understand anything. And it's amazing how many people fall for it too. That's the thing that's me demonstrating the other end of Dunning-Kruger. When somebody does something dumb to me, dumb that I see as dumb, I find it seems like it's blaringly obvious, you know? But then I realize other people aren't catching on to this at all. It's crazy. Hi. Thank you very much.
Hey, you have a good one.
You too. Yeah, put it on the stairs, Rachel. So anyway, So, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, opposite end of Dunning-Kruger. So somebody will be saying some shit like Jeff Shaw kind of shit, and I'll immediately go, "Oh my god, there's nothing actually being said here. It's just vagary and FE bullshit." But other people don't necessarily pick up on that. They go, "I don't know, he sounded pretty convincing," even though he said nothing at all. So, it's pretty effective. It's a pretty effective way to posture. I don't really care, if he wants to. If he wins over hearts and minds regarding posturing, then those people's hearts and minds aren't being adjudicated by good decision making processes. Now, I don't know what can be done about your mom's face. That's a separate matter entirely. We've got to do something about it. But I looked up today on the internet kinds of trees in Mariposa County. And there's a lot of different kinds of trees around here. But what I'm getting at is it says that giant sequoias grow on this side of the Sierras starting at 5,000 feet. We aren't at 5,000 feet, but I think these are sequoias. Some of these, anyway. But now I'm wondering if maybe I'm wrong and they're just regular redwood trees. I think sequoias are kind of like a kind of redwood tree. And I'll tell you something else. Redwood trees are well named redwood. I put a piece of redwood in the fish tank before when we had a fish tank because it looked cool. I wanted it to be on the bottom of the tank, But it made the water all red. I had to cycle out the water a bunch of times before it stopped discoloring it with its redness. Redwood trees are like the Mars of trees because they're red. And having a YouTube apocalypse? Oh no. What happens during the YouTube apocalypse? Is there a plague of dislikes? May a plague of dislikes fall your house. Would be a good contemporary curse. I want to know what is happening with the YouTube apocalypse. Inquiring Erics want to know. But you know what else Inquiring Erics need is something to be warmer than they currently are. been a fairly warm day, but well, it's not necessarily the case that SI types hate when you try to tell them about themselves with NI, but it is the case that, you know, if you got SI high up in the stack, you see knowledge as fundamentally a subjective thing because you got the subjective knowledge function. Yeah, no, it makes sense what you're saying, but it makes me think about, I guess, the different kinds of positions a person can have on a map, right? So like in one sense, an SI person is saying, not necessarily saying that they don't or won't be described by NI things, so much as to the extent that that map is informative to them at all, it's informative about matters not interesting or core or central to their being. So it could just be countervaluing the kinds of things that the map tells them in general. Let's see. I mean, does he really give a fuck? You are using the fact that he's making random claims against him anyway, right? That he's not really saying anything, so why would it matter if either way he's saying nothing? Well, okay, he's not saying nothing, he is making a claim. What I mean is he's not substantiating anything. So, like when he says, there's lots of examples of Boba Fett being TE, hint, hint, he is saying something specific, except he's not allowing it to mean something specific enough for anyone else to use it. I'm thankful he comes to interact and spice things up too. I like him. I think he's fun. He's not ever been banned, right? Even though he's a provocateur, because he knows how to walk the line. Just Shaw is, I believe, smarter than the average bear, and he probably has been poked, prodded, if not bullied, a bit more than barely. Well, maybe, but that doesn't justify trying to bully others, which is exactly what he's doing when he's trying to cast doubt upon their own identity stuff without good cause. I mean, the thing is, I believe he's motivated to cast doubt on somebody's type, not because he has any doubt about their type, but most of all because he wants to disagree with whatever type I said they were. You know, just because someone is using vagary doesn't mean they're saying nothing. I agree with you. He is saying something, but you know, his words are writing checks his reasoning can't cash. Jeremiah Fix, your mom's face is art. It's like a preschool finger paint exercise. She's just covered with tiny streaks of color. Your grandma gifted you some old lady scents once, like Shalimar. and you broke it. It was so strong. I pictured summoning the old men with their walkers from down the road. Seems like that's where old men always live, down the road. A piece. Old man apocalypse. Is that Shalimar I smell? You're right about that, but then we would have to know how strong a D, reliable, the NI is usually. Okay, I get why you need to know how reliable their NI is, but why do you need to know how strong their dick is? Among other factors, you also need to know how much clenching power their sphincter of their butthole has. Right, Miss Fortune. If your NI in that spot is that spot on, back it up with something else, or at least try to. And I get the vibe that he has an odd agenda, which would make me question at least half of what he says. Right, there are plenty of examples of bobas to eat. Gives no examples. Jeff Shaw has called me drunk before, one time. Left a voicemail, which I had to listen to multiple times to try to understand what he was saying. But, I'm writing that quote down, and I don't want to analyze or think about it anymore. It's gross and weird. What's more important than language or mystical knowledge, aka vagueness, in this situation? Well, nothing's more important than language in this situation if you're talking about a communicative situation. But you can use language to be precise, or you can use language to vaguely reference holistic stuff that you won't clarify well enough for other people to use the term to do anything with. Look, listen, Mr. Bobby. What I want you to do right now is cross your legs, lotus style, and put your hands like this, okay? Like this. Go. Oh. There. Now do you feel Buddha's love? Well, I mean, when I'm referring to a voicemail I had on my phone, in which he said he was Jeff Shaw. Fall Hot may also have called me at some point, but I'm not mistaken. I'm not mistaken those two things for each other. $500. Yeah. Pretty crazy, huh? And he was drunk when that happened, but that is not the instance I am referring to. Jeff Shaw called me on a totally different occasion, months, if not more, away from that instance you're talking about, and left a voicemail. What was he screaming at me? What was he screaming? Here I am! Doo-doo, doo-doo. Rock me like a hurricane! Yeah, I know. Good test for your tri-type. You'd be hard pressed to narrow that down to just 10. There have been plenty of crazy moments. Pick a number. I pick 37. Um, what was I about to talk about? Something super important. It's so important. You guys are just going to be. The number one, the screaming fool who called Eric to yell at Eric. All right, test. Test your tri-type. You just got to say to yourself this. For 2, 3, 4, you go, how do I know I don't need to feel too ashamed of myself? Is it because I'm helpful, because I'm high achieving, and because fuck you and your rules? Okay. Then 5, 6, 7, you go, how do you deal with fear, things that make you worry or fret, deadlines, long-term concerns? Do you try to learn as much as possible about it so that fully armed with knowledge, you're no longer scared of it? Do you try to hunker down with your existing resources and take stock of nesting, basically? Or do you bury your head in the sand and go, la la la, let's pretend that's not happening? That's 5, 6, or 7. And then 8, 9, and 1 is like this. When something makes you mad, or somebody comes at you with anger, do you tend to respond with anger? Or do you tend to see if you can get them to stop being mad for a second? If you can't get them to be reasonable, you just walk away? Or do you try to placate, like, okay, we can do it this way, it's fine? That's 8, 1, or 9. I went out of order for that one. That's 8, 1, or 9. I have no idea if that's reasonable or not, just Davis. When somebody comes at you with anger, do you come back with anger? Or when, you know, the gut one, I think, is the easiest one to determine which one of those 3 things you have in your tri-type. It's easiest for a third party to determine that as well. And it's the most important of the Enneagram numbers because it's the one part of Enneagram where you can actually make meaningful predictions about behavior. All right, so Mac Daddy asks, is Enneagram tri-type a form of personality? If it's personality, then it's some aspect of yourself that doesn't change throughout your whole life. If it does change, if it's subject to change, then it's not part of your personality. It's just part of your affect or your stage of development or some phase you're going through or whatever. The thing is, with those 3 questions, or that's the head, the heart, mind, heart, head, and body, right? 2, 3, 4 is heart. 5, 6, 7 is head. 8, 9, 1 is body. And when you ask those questions, like I asked them, whichever of those 3 things, heart, mind, body, was easiest to answer, that's first in your tri-type. Whichever one was second easiest to answer, that's second. Whichever one was you're most humming and hawing about, that's third. Well, Alien 60, the first thing to note is that we begin with the definition of personality as elements of a self that don't change throughout somebody's life. And the reason we have that idea at all is because we need to explain why it is that I'm me every day and not sometimes acting like Rachel. I'm me every day. Whether it's good or bad, I still am expressing things about me that make it obvious to somebody else that that's Eric, even if they can't see me, even if they don't hear my voice. If they're just, say, getting a transcript being sent to a screen to them, and I never identify myself, if they know me well, they're gonna say pretty soon, that's got to be Eric, based on the way he's talking, what he's saying, whatever, you know. So why is it? What exactly is personality then? It's the stuff about your expression as an individual human being that explains why you are the ways that you are, that you always have been and always will be. So, because we define it that way, we start with that. Um, then the question becomes, well, which aspects of self can meet that criterion? And the answer to that is attentional manners. Because you have habituated attentional priorities, um, which we talk about in terms of their slot placement, their absolute value or instrumental value, and sometimes we'll vaguely refer to something like their strength or their effectiveness, you know. We can also talk about them in terms of their consciousness. So, so the thing is, I don't know if Enneagram numbers can change throughout your life or not. I'm not sure how much stock to put in Enneagram anyway, because the problem with it in the status quo is that most practitioners of Enneagram are using it to explain things that are actually explained by cognitive functions and are essentially doing, let's compress 16 types into 9 types and ignore the differences between multiplicities under a certain number. So 7s are likely to be ESTPs or ENTPs, maybe ESFPs. Those 3 types, ESFP, ESTP, ENTP, they may all potentially be a 7 or not, but they're very different from each other. So pushing them together into a set called 7 is a mistake right out the gates. In other words, Enneagram is only of use or value when it is exclusively a taxonomy of FI. Miss Fortune, are you talking about that little boy the Dalai Lama was talking to? Because I think that comment is wildly inappropriate.
Oh.
Wildly inappropriate, okay? This is a family show. We're only talk about 2 topics around here. Full House and the Teletubbies. My house is full of Teletubbies. What should I do? I should ask that question on Quora.
That is a great question.
Get the vacuum. That's it. I'm getting the vacuum. Why? Because I'm going to vacuum all the naughty out of you. And then you push the Dalai Lama's face against the vacuum. Is there such a thing as an SEDOM 5 or an INXP 8? Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's the problem with Enneagram. Is Well, yeah, I mean, the better way to say that Alien 60 would be to say Anagram is not doing rigorous intellectual work of any sort. And it's grasping onto patterns that it thinks all these people go into this pattern, but it's confusing things. It's getting this pattern of people, this pattern of people, and this pattern of people, and say they're all the same pattern because they have this kind of commonality. That makes it bad when it's used that way. Whoa, what a crowd. Even the genital is here. Yeah, that was not nice. I apologize. Something told me that the dissection of Jeff Shaw was occurring. I'm not an animal. I'm a human being. We're not dissecting you.
No.
No. We were actually earlier speaking rather positively about you. I'm not dissecting. I don't dissect people. I just shit on their face. That's my version of dissection. How about vivisection? What's a vivisection? Who's Jeff Shaw? Why? He's only the premier Jeff west of the Rockies and the premier Shaw east of the Rockies. He straddles the Rockies with his long legs. That's where he lives. He's that super tall guy with his hands on his hips that you see straddling the Rockies when you look either west or east, depending on where you live. I didn't tell nothing to nobody, Bobby. I didn't say a goddamn thing. Well, somebody said it. It's kind of funny knowing that Bill Cosby played a gynecologist on the Cosby Show.
Oh,
Is that true?
gosh.
I did not know that.
I didn't know that either.
Mac Daddy, just let Jeff Shaw be. Jeff Shaw is like Frank Sinatra at the restaurant in Palm Springs. He doesn't want you coming up to him and telling him how much you love Fly Me to the Moon.
That's the same thing with Justin Timberlake, just so everyone knows.
Did Jeff have his First Amendment rights violated? The federal government inscribed his capacity to engage in protected speech? That's surprising. Your binky, you shouldn't have shoved that up inside of him, Jeff Shaw, because you're going to have to suck on that again later. You should have just shoved your pinky. I wouldn't be me if I let that happen, Eric. If you let what happen? Seaworthiness? If you let seaworthiness happen, if that's your strategy to fixing your leaky boat, you're probably not going to make it back to shore. I've got spaghetti inside of my head, spaghetti inside of my coffee, and coffee inside of my bread. Hooray, hooray for me. Do you think that the ability to describe a person's character is due to FI? Describe their character like describe them as a character in a book, or describe their character like they're a person of good or bad character? What character am I? Why, I'm the precious dandy. Full of quips and clever remarks and completely useless. Why do birds suddenly appear every time you are near? Just like me, they want to be close to you. On the day that you were born, the angels got together and decided to create a dream come true. I got a great idea. Since real deaf people can't hear, I should make a deaf person album. The deaf can sing is what I'll call the album. So, I know you guys are heavily invested in my wall picking, my ongoing wall picking project, as I'm picking bits of this gray stuff off of this wall. Well, you want to see something exciting. I mean, Eric's fake deaf guy, he's he's not a new character, but he's not that old either. So, um, you know, the fake deaf guy, there's a couple of jokes that involve him already that have been made, which are the first one is this. When I tell people that I'm a fake deaf person, they get offended. Why? I explain I can give you everything a real deaf person can, but I can hear you. That's one of the stock jokes from that. And another one of the stock jokes from that character is, I go up to real deaf people and tell them, you're doing the voice wrong. Can't you see? You're deaf, not blind. Yes, well, that's one of the big advantages I have when when I am applying for jobs for the deaf. I go, have you considered hiring a fake deaf person instead? You know what's even more diverse than hiring disabled people? Hiring fake disabled people. I'm gonna go to the DMV and ask them for a disabled license plate and explain to them my disability is being a pretend deaf person. It's fine. It doesn't have to be a real place. I just want to park in the blue spaces. So, this morning I put a whole cup full of deluxe cutlets on the wall. By this evening, they were all gone. So I replenished the supply of deluxe cutlets. You may or may not be able to see it. There's a little bird over there underneath that oak bush. And it's digging into some deluxe cutlets right now. What I've determined is that the forest creatures around here are a bunch of cutlet lovers. I don't want no stinking cutlet lovers in my house. I don't want no sister trusters, and I don't want no cutlet lovers. My sister truster was, of course, if you missed it during the stream, I talked about it before, it was an early failed attempt at hate speech against gay men. And I don't like the looks of him. He looks like the kind of guy you can trust your sister around. Sister truster? Well, anyway, it didn't really work or stick as a slur because the guy would always just respond by saying, "Why, thank you. Yes, you can trust me with your sister. That is so sweet of you to trust." And then the initial spewer of presumptive hate speech would be like, but, like that. And that's how the gay community reclaimed the word sister truster. They reclaimed it from those horrible breeders. I'm glad. It took me until I was in my late 40s. But I'm glad that I was finally able to have a gay relationship in this lifetime. Rachel and I think for both of us, it's our first gay relationship, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all Eric's dreams are raw material for movies. This movie is about a cat who sits on the back of a chair and from her spot on the back of the chair, coaches the NBA's worst team to its first championship in 30 years.
That's about Capillo.
Mm-hmm. It's what she does to vault her team to the championship is she discovers an unknown talented point guard named Helen Keller, who wasn't even in the D League. She was just playing pickup basketball at the Catholic church down the street. Capillo spots her. Meow, she says. Helen Keller is smelling her way down the court. She smells a blocker coming up to block her three-pointer, so she stutter steps, dribbles behind her back, to the hoop, up, layup, and one. She's fouled. And Capillo says, meow, 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 meow. So she goes and talks to Helen Keller's interpreter and says, meow, 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 meow. And Helen Keller's interpreter says to Helen Keller, she signs some stuff in her hand, And Helen Keller says, I don't want to play basketball in the NBA. And that's when Capillo knew she was going to have her work cut out for her. But 7 montages later, Helen is signed on as the newest starting point guard for the Sacramento Kings. This is like Angels in the Outfield plus Air Bud. Plus Air Bud. No, Sacramento Kings are not a hockey team.
Sacramento Kings.
You know how to drive Helen Keller crazy? Rearrange the furniture. Helen Keller jokes, it's time for them to make a resurgence. It really is, you know. It's important to remember that Helen Keller could only learn about something through taste, smell, or feel. So, you know, when her teacher, what was that lady's name who taught Helen Keller? The miracle worker. What was her name? Anyway, when she first taught Helen Keller the word penis, Helen said, I don't understand what that is. I need to smell and taste it. So, you know, that's where all those adult films starring Helen Keller came from. What cognitive function does one have when one is blind, deaf, and mute? Courage.
Courage?
Yes. Annie Sullivan. I mean, I think it would suck more for an intuitive. Because, you know, you can have lots of sensory experiences that aren't visual or auditory. But your ability to communicate is hamstrung beyond all reckoning. It'd be terrible. It's like if I had to lose either my feet or my hands, I would definitely lose my feet. I need my hands to type things, to play the guitar, and to communicate. Bake cakes is code for something? Is it code for we're almost out of flour? What do you mean? I do enjoy party games. Well, here's a party game for you. Next time you're at a party, go around at a random time in the middle of the party when everyone's just milling around chatting, and go from person to person in the party going, duck, 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 goose, and then run around.
It's the old timey classic.
Yeah, that's how you know you're at a real party when somebody duck duck gooses you. And you go, goose? You mean I'm the goose? Oh no! Did Eddie Murphy actually pick up a trans prostitute in the 80s? I don't know, but I believe Hugh Grant did that. Didn't he?
What he do?
You know, you get caught with a
Yes.
man lady prostitute?
Yes.
Yeah. And did he say he thought it wasn't a dude?
I don't remember.
Probably that's what he said. I just thought it was a chick. I mean, she's got long hair, right? And that mustache could be on a woman.
Yeah, after that happened, what's her name?
Helen Gurley Brown?
No, but
Elizabeth Hurley?
yes. It was like ta-ta, see ya, bye.
Well, sure. You find out your boyfriend is hooking up with tranny hoes.
Yeah.
You also gotta say goodbye. My favorite Simpsons call the bar prank phone call joke that they made was when Bart called Mo and said, I'm looking for Amanda, last name Hug and Kiss.
That's a really good.
And then Mo says, hey, quiet down. I need Amanda Hug and Kiss. No. It doesn't say I'm Amanda. It says I'm Amanda. Amanda is a half panda, half human hybrid. But there's a space between A and Manda. I'm Amanda. This is my womanda. We're both half panda, half person. And my favorite knock knock joke is this one. Knock knock. Who's there? Dwayne. Dwayne who? Dwayne the bathtub. I'm drowning.
I like that one too.
My favorite knock knock joke. I don't. The only other knock knock joke I can currently think of is Orange, you glad I didn't say banana.
Mm.
The ENFJ is nicknamed the Iconoclast. It's a terrible nickname for the ENFJ.
Iconoclast.
Who nicknamed him that?
Yeah, why? Why are they called the Iconoclast?
It's me, Joe, bottom of the class at wrongtypology.com.
Yeah.
And ENFJs are, I don't know, pick a word around, let's say iconoclasts. You were expecting Dwayne The Rock Johnson? Well, in the morning I Dwayne the Johnson, then Rock. The butt plug. ENFJs archetypically are butt plugs. And the reason that they're like a butt plug is because they go in your butt, but they really shouldn't be there. You bake potatoes? That's okay. That's allowed. It's one of multiple acceptable preparation methods for potatoes. You can also deep fry them, devil them. That's the best way to make potatoes, deviled potatoes. Or you can rice them. Just don't confuse, after you've riced them, don't confuse your riced potatoes with your cup full of ricin. That is not edible. What am I getting it for? Oh, right. I'm going to get some marijuana from the bag over here. Then I'm gonna grind it up a bunch and smoke it with you, my dear. Do I bake watermelons? I've never baked a watermelon before, but now I want to. Mostly I just bake Alaska. It's the only state that you absolutely cannot prepare in the microwave is Alaska. All the other states give you directions for preparing them in the microwave or the conventional oven. Alaska, you can only make it in the conventional oven. Oh, my elbow. My elbow feels like I've been doing some manual labor today. What do you think is the ideal type for an INTP to be partnered with? I think it might be ESTJ. I know it's a weird answer, but I think it's the correct answer. INTPs need ESTJs. Tell them what to do. ESTJs need INTPs that have some intuition. Because ESTJs, great TE, very effective, but have no intuition. INTPs, it's not going to bother them because it's countervalued. Their NI is countervalued. And they don't mind the selfish third slot NE because INTPs, their own NE is just instrumental. They respect the ESTJ because INTPs have TE fifth, and vice versa. ESTJs respect INTPs because ESTJs have TI fifth. And while the ESTJ is very effective, they're not likely to judge the INTP too harshly for the SE polar because their own SE is sixth slot. It's a lot less countervalued of a sixth slot than, say, my sixth slot because their ESTJ's sixth slot is consistent with their 1, 2, their 1 and 2 functions, whereas their third slot, the other action function, is inconsistent with their dominant and second. So they've got a much more balanced relationship with their third and sixth slot functions than, say, me or Rachel, who have very unbalanced. We both have 1, 2, and 3 communication functions, and 6 is experiential. So we really don't like our 6th function, me and Rachel. That's a weird answer. Have I seen examples of that relationship? No, but there aren't that many INTPs.
Yeah.
So it's not surprising that I haven't seen it. I do know that I know one INTP, Susie, who's getting married to an ESFJ. And I think that's not a bad pairing for an INTP as well.
But isn't ESTJ? Isn't that what we came with?
Right. But I was just answering the question. Somebody asked, have I ever seen an ESTJ INTP relationship?
Oh.
I said no, but I have seen one with an ESFJ. And that seems like a good relationship.
Yeah.
You know, they treat each other well.
Yeah.
It's like they're all in a constant wellness retreat in their hearts. Oh my God, I so need to go on another wellness retreat. I can feel my wellness score diminishing, just plummeting. I'm so cynical, I think an INTP girl will inevitably not respect an ESFJ down the line. Well, I mean, ESFJs, you know, they can function well. Well, one way of them functioning well is being proud of their INTP being so smart. So since they got 4th slot TI, they aren't very defensive about that shit, you know? INTP and ESFJ is the duality pair. But what I'm saying is that probably the best pairing for INTP is ESTJ. ESTJ. Why are there some people that criticize the golden pair, whatever it's called in socionics? That's actually not what socionics calls it. They call it the mirage relationship. Socionics views it as a mirage because in a relationship between so-called mirage types, um, there's not any pressure being applied to the other party's weak spots. So Rachel and I um, don't bust each other's chops about sensory stuff, either SI or SE. I'm always not following through on things I say we're going to do. And she never busts my chops about it. And it's a garage for mirrors. Excellent. Excellent work, Ruben. Excellent work. I'm going to give you a certificate of achievement. So Socionics calls it mirage because it's too easy. Like, because neither Rachel nor I expects the other party to validate on non-intuitive metrics, there's a tendency between mirage types to be lazy with each other. Certainly, that is somewhat the case, but that's only a mirage in some crazy fucked up TESE world. Like being lazy together is somehow a mirage. Well, maybe we need a word that's the opposite of lazy. Like, you know, outcome fetish, concretization fetish. The thing is, if it's bad to be lazy, it's also bad to have a concretization fetish. An equal part and an equal measure. It's like the opposite of lazy is productive, I guess, or busy or hardworking or something like that. But that's not fair because lazy is not inherently worse than busy, active, hardworking. But lazy has only a negative connotation. Those other words have only positive um, connotation. Sure, Alien 60. I can tell you, it's not a mirage. I've been with an ISFJ, and I'm currently with an INFJ. Granted, the ISFJ I was with had borderline personality disorder, which makes it hard to draw any conclusions about the intertype relationship because she was so defined by her behavior in the relationship was so colored by her BPD. But but I also have had. I mean, I've had plenty of serious relationships with ISFJs. My longest time friend, Dave Porter, is an ISFJ. My mother was an ISFJ. I can tell you what the problem with that for a long-term relationship is. Ultimately, in that instance, I guess it's what somebody said about ESFJ INTP. ultimately in duality, the two parties grow to not respect each other because neither of them is validating on the other person's fifth slot. So ISFJ, when I was with an ISFJ, I was frequently like, but you're just extrapolating from this recent experience. There's no reason to conclude this conclusion. Yes, that happened, but it doesn't mean that happening is a serious problem that we need to take preventative measures against. It never happened before that. It was a fluky kind of a thing, you know? And epistemologically, SI-DOMs trust their experience. They don't trust their intuition. And they don't trust intuition in general when it runs afoul of experience. And they don't respect an NE DOM until and unless they're directing the NE DOM's attention such that it becomes SE. So, like, there, when I was with an ISFJ, she didn't validate what I was doing intellectually around here on this channel or artistically at all. The only legitimate validation metric was, are you making money off of it?
So MacDaddy, ISTJ in socionics is ESTP's extinguisher or contrarian type. And what that means is that, like, you guys could be talking about the same thing, but you're coming at it from totally different perspectives.
ISTJ is not ESTP's Mirage type, is it?
No, it's extinguished type.
Oh, extinguished.
So they, thanks. I do a lot of research on relations and typology. Some of it is, that's exactly the case, yeah. And I can relate because that's how it is with me and my dad. Like, I can be very excited about something or feel very passionately about something, and he will shut it down.
Whoa, whoa, whoa there, Miss Happiness Pants. Let's not get all overexcited now.
Yeah. So.
INFP is the extinguisher of fun. I'm just joking, INFPs. I'm just kidding. INFPs, though, they will, like, if you're talking shit about Kim Jong-un, they'll speak up in his defense.
Yeah, they would. Let's see, INFP and ENFJ, let me see. Socionics, relationship. Calculator. ENFJ and INFJ, because in socionics, the J and the P are flipped. So, yeah, you're right. Rubenar, INFP is your extinguisher type. Again, like, you can be talking about the same subject, but like just come at it from like totally different perspectives. And apparently the contrary relations get along well and best when it's one-on-one. So if there's other people involved, say like you're an ENFJ and you have an INFP friend, um, like, and you have a group of friends with you, that's when you start to notice the incompatible parts of the friendship. Um, yeah, extinguish it. Yeah, socionics. It's socionics. Socionics relationships can be very true. I just think that it can be very like sometimes negative when extinguisher types get along, and when they are one-on-one, hanging out one-on-one with each other, they can actually have pretty deep conversations about the topics that they're speaking about. um, Mac Daddy says it would be interesting to try and figure out the dynamics between multiple people, like a three-person friend group. I guess you'd have to determine the intertypes between each people individually. Yeah, you would have to. So Alien 60, what ENTJ's extinguished type is what? Do you know? Is it weird to have a pet tortoise? I know he will outlive me, but he is so cool and he eats so healthy. I admire him and he is so stoic. Oh my gosh. Jeff Shaw, I used to have, my sister had a tortoise when we were growing up, and that tortoise drove me crazy. It was just too big. It kept on growing, and the tank was like too small for it, and it pooped and peed a lot, and it wasn't taken care of. Like no one was cleaning its tank, so it smelled. I don't recommend having a tortoise as a pet.
I mean, I think tortoises are great pets if you have an enclosed yard
Yeah.
that you can just let them be outside and walk
Yes,
around.
they can
Because
grow.
there was, he gets so big. There was such a big tortoise that lived near me when I lived in Laverne. It was enormous, and it lived at this like junk store, antique store, you should call it.
Oh.
It was like a junk store that thought it was an antique store, so it had ridiculously high priced things there. Anyway, but they had a big open yard area where they had like a couple of pieces of like rusty farm machine implements and stuff. But the rest of it was just grass, and the tortoise would just walk around there and they feed it like a whole pumpkin or something.
Yeah, they're yeah.
It was crazy.
They eat heads of like lettuce and stuff. Um, so they can be okay. They can be good pets. Um,
Mac Daddy, I have a great concept for a typology card game. It just uses regular playing cards. It's mostly worked out. It's like typology gin and rummy, basically. Um, and the way the way it models typology is with different functions. Or you play the game as a type. If you have, say, SI as your dominant function, then you can always look at your own face down card's hand. If you have FI, then you can make one card that's in a set become another card arbitrarily. Shit like that, you know. But I've never tried to. I have to play the game successfully. I have instructions on it someplace. I'll share the link to it here. But I have to play the game to figure out if the economy of it works. By economy, I mean like baseball, for example. The base paths are 90 feet. That's exactly the right length for a base pad because it means that if you hit it in the infield and you get a clean throw, you can get them out, right? So if the base paths were only 60 feet, then people would leg out infield singles too much. Okay, what am I Googling here? Searching for, oh, right. Function rummy. That's what it's called. Escape. Share. Copy link. Put link here. Yeah. There. Lamau, 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 lamau. So it's fairly articulated out, but I didn't quite finish it, of course. You know, I have a bit of a problem with SE. My 8 slot SE is kind of like shitty.
What is it?
My 8 slot SE.
Yeah, my A slot SI is pretty shitty too.
Yeah. Well, the good news is because we're just a mirage, we don't bust each other's chops about our S shit.
Oh, it is.
You know, in a real non-mirage relationship, we'd be yelling at each other all the time. I guess that's when you just basically think of ideas of how to gather ideas. Sounds weird, but I do this, like, think of what SE thing I can do to just potentially spark something that I couldn't just ideate. That's a funny thing to say. You you think of things you could do to ideate. That's weird. Because that's 8 slot NE. I could pick up a piece of trash. I could kick the wall. I could drive somewhere in my car. Mac's daddy is Mac Daddy. Mac Daddy is also her daddy Mac. Oh my god, that's so robotic, Jeremiah Fix. I love robots. You know that Major League Baseball has tested out robot umpires for calling strikes and balls.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh? What if they? What if they like seem so soft?
Well, they didn't. They tested it in the minors, and they implemented the rule changes that they implemented this year, meaning they nixed the robot umpires idea. So, like the things that worked when they tested it in the minors, those are the rules that Major League Baseball changed this year. Includes the pitch clock. It includes the throw over to first base only 3 times max, 2 times. You have to get them on the third. It's a balk. Um, no, well, I mean, Mac Daddy, it's exactly what I would expect to hear from you, which is a really strange concept of what of what extroverted intuition is. Just like I have a very strange concept of what extroverted sensing is. Okay, what if I cheated on Rachel with a clone of Rachel, or if Rachel cheated on me with a clone of me? It would The determining factor then would be whether or not we knew it, or whether the clone was fooling us.
Yeah.
So, like, if I came home one day, I'd gone to Boot Jack to get cigarettes, While I was gone, Rachel arbitrarily suddenly decided she was going to take a walk. And when she slipped out of the house to go take her walk, when she left the house to go take her walk, the clone slipped into the house. Then when I got home, the clone's like, "Hey there, Eric, let's have sexual intercourse." And I'm like, "Okay." And then I do. Well, then I'm not culpable for any wrongdoing. I'm a victim as much as anybody in this scenario, right?
That is, yeah.
And on the other hand, if I was like, "All right, gonna do some poking," and then clone Rachel's like, "Before we do this, I need to inform you, I'm actually not Rachel. I'm a clone who's taken how to act like Rachel classes." And I was like, "Oh, close enough." I just thumbed through anyway. Then that would be cheating.
Yeah.
And that's how you. Well, okay, so misfortune is throwing a twist in here. What if the clone believes it's the real Rachel?
Oh man.
The thing is, if the clone believes it's the real Rachel, then why did it wait for Rachel to go on a walk before surreptitiously sneaking into the house? Well, look, even if you have their memories matched perfectly up until the moment you release the clone into the world, their memories will start to deviate from that moment forward because they're going to have different experiences. So, as soon as the thing is, the clone Rachel would have to arrive into the life right away after being released into the world. Have to arrive at the house, me not see that person arrive, me come back, both of them here, and it's like the clone's memories were matched perfectly to Rachel's up until I took that walk. I didn't see anything that happened to Rachel now while I was gone on the walk, so I have no memories to check to see which is the real one. Well, in that case, it would be difficult. It would be very difficult. I just have to not have sex with either of them until I straightened it out.
Oh man, that would be so difficult.
Chloe Rachel.
Chloe Chill.
Thing is, Clone Rachel has been sent with the purpose to store your semen and report back to the underground base. Well, that would be the giveaway then. I determined which of the two Rachels wanted to save my semen, and then I know that's the fake one. Because we've been together for a long time now, and not on a single occasion has Rachel collected and saved my semen.
No.
She won't tell me. Well, how is she gonna get? How does she know she's gonna get my semen then? What if I shoot it out the window? She's gonna have to let me know that she wants to keep it nearby, or else it could go straight into a paper towel or something, right?
I'm gonna have some peanut butter.
Oh, I want some. So you bring it over here.
Yeah.
Ruben R says, but the nature of Rachel's is that no matter which it was, it thinks the other is facial. No, this is the weird thing, Ruben. Both Rachels think the other one is the real Rachel. Because they checked a couple of pick a card videos on YouTube. Yeah. And both of them think now they've checked some outside sources, that probably the other one is the real Rachel. He's busy being charismatic. Who? The clone of Eric? there's two clones. I mean, there's a clone of Rachel and a clone of Eric. And the ideal outcome is they get together with each other.
Oh, that is ideal.
But for some reason, they're both trying to get together with the other one. Because, like, and of course, now we're all confused. None of us is sure who's the real one and who's the clone. I'm starting to go through some repressed memory therapy with my therapist, and I'm starting to remember scenes from the cloning tube. The cloning tube, of course, is a large tube filled with amniotic fluid in which they clone things. But we all know it's never safe to clone a clone. It's a clone from the original. Well, see, that's another twist in the story. Because we're so woke, Rachel and I don't want to be closed-minded. So we both agree to get into a relationship with our own clone. But after giving it a yeoman's try for several months, we concluded that unfortunately we aren't woke enough. And we're stuck being heterosexuals. I think the only way to find out is to try something in bed while doing coitus that you know the real Rachel would never be into.
What?
Well, I mean, the problem with that strategy, Mr. Bobby, is you've already broken and entered before you can implement your strategy to determine which is the real Rachel.
Yeah.
You can't commit a crime to figure out who the criminal is. Now, a clone of a clone, it just becomes like a Xerox copy. They become more a two-dimensional caricature of you. So, like, if you were to clone my clone, my clone, my clone, I would just be like, hi, fun. You know?
Yeah.
I'd just be the most basic, caricatured attributes of myself. I'd be extremely tall, like 70 feet tall. And I wouldn't have any teeth at all. And my clitoris would be 10 times bigger than it currently is. Eric, cognizant from concentrate. Unaccounted for mutations in the genome? Wouldn't they try to correct for that in the lab? It's not genetic. It's a spiritual degradation, actually. Each copy degrades because it's lossy compression. Yeah, I'm always poking myself in the eye with my clitoris. Rachel spots me having sex with a clone. I just say, no, I was just trying to find out if it was really you or not. By fucking it? Well, the only way I could think of. Oh, now I can think of some other way. I should have tried that like that. I should have offered it pineapple juice.
I mean, like, I even hope that if I were a twin, like an identical twin, that Eric could still choose me.
I definitely would.
I got.
Oh, well, you're identical twin of a bitch. Identical twins usually don't stay looking identical for into their like late 30s or 40s.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because like I knew two identical twins in college who didn't look like each other very much at all because one of them was quite plump and the other one was not.
Oh.
And then by the time they get into adulthood, they start cutting their hair differently. They do different kinds of clothes, different makeup, and they have different life experiences. Some wear down more, live harder, whatever. So they don't usually stay looking identical forever.
Wow. I had no idea.
How would an SE fourth or polar male handle a threesome? I mean, it's not the SE part that's the problem. I mean, you only have one penis. Why do you need two women? Or just one woman already has two more holes than you need. Two women, you're talking about six holes for one pole. That's a lot of just whole dead air.
That's just like, yeah, I don't know, whatever.
If I were a Siamese twin, then I would want to get with another Siamese twin.
Oh.
So if I were a Siamese twin, I guess I'd probably just sew onto you.
So cats onto me?
Not cats. Your sister, cat.
Oh, cat.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'd just say, now you're a Siamese twin. Me and Bob here, we're Siamese twins.
Guess what?
Cat, you're with Bob.
Yep.
I don't like Bob though. Suck it.
Suck it.
Too bad, okay? TFB. I mean, you're not doing anything except sitting around in Croatia anyway, so just marry Bob.
Pretty much. So she lives in
Serbia, right?
Yeah.
Croatia, Serbia, whatever.
They're close enough.
Close enough. Close enough. Do you ever say to yourself, whatever happened to Herzegovina? I find myself waking up in the morning musing, I wonder whatever happened to Herzegovina. Well, you have to have your house set up for being Siamese twins. So in the bed, you have a curtain that runs vertically, that runs down the middle of the bed so that, it lands on the part of your side where you're connected to your twin so that neither side of the curtain can see over onto the other side. You just put blinders on them. Yeah, we could wear blinders too. Was that a span thing?
Yeah, like.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
It's like when your cat is in the room. When our cat is in the room, I put a sheet up so that our Siamese twins can't look at him while we're having sex.
The sheet is a very good idea.
Mm-hmm. We should use that now so we can't look at each other when we have sex. We have a sheet blocking our view. YKW? Your cool world. I don't know what a YK mu is. That is that virus that ended civilization in the year 2000? Don't joke about Siamese twins. That's super triggery for me because I one time had a Siamese cat and it died.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. That's why from now on, nobody else is ever allowed to talk about Siamese twins. Okay, so an invention. It's blinders, but it has cigarettes attached to the outside. The marketing department needs a snappy name for it, but the best we got is cigarette blinders. Hmm. Dark smoke. What do you think about dark smoke? Eric, what's it like being a TI Dom or Tersh against FI Dom Lamau or Tersh Lamau? What's it like? What's it like being? I mean, a TI Dom experiences life through a working frame of TI. FI Dom through a working frame of FI. They're both deliberative types, but they deliberate in opposite ways. One of them deliberates by using black and white thinking objectively, operationalizes definitions, negates primarily, and the other deliberates according to personal importance. Well, that example can kind of serve as a good clarification about what functions are. What I just did there was restate knowledge that I retain in my SI because I've explained such things many times before. But I choose my language carefully because I'm TI tool. So I'm also checking against consistency with what I've already said before. Nevertheless, that particular explanation was more in than anything else. You could call it any. Probably be the best thing to call it. It's not like I had a memorized answer, right? But you might also say that it explains in a way that validates against NI because it's appealing to it to you resonating with its conceptual fittedness. The K sound is a hidden persuader in marketing. What is better, FEFI or TETI? Well, FE goes with TI and FI goes with TE. What is better? Depends what you're trying to do. If you want to become popular in a new work environment, FE is probably your best choice. Not that you get to choose between them. You want to make sure you're attending adequately to that which you hold precious. Well, FI is in charge of that. If you're trying to more efficiently attain outcomes, prevent problems, meet your goals, etc., TE is your man. If you want to be correct, like me, well, TI is the ideal chainsaw for that particular bit of lumber. I'm asking like I already instinctually know as an E and a P. Ha ha ha. TI is the struggle for reading. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not really bothered speculating much about the linkage between reading skills and functions. Obviously, it makes sense that intuitives, by and large, are more comfortable processing information on a communicative plane, but that doesn't necessarily mean they can't suffer from something like dyslexia, you know? There. Now I'm going to put ice in my cup. Cup of ice. And the warm blood flows through the na-na-na, through the large four-chambered heart, maintaining the very high metabolism rate they have. Mammal, mammal, they raise a paw, they kindergarten, na-na, giraffe and shrew, kid and a caribou. One of us might lose his hair, but we're reminded that it once was there. From the embryonic whale to the monkey with no tail. So they might be giant some. It's called Mammal. And it's about mammals. It spreads the lies of evolution. Ooh, Darwin! You scoundrel! No, you guys, it's not fair to blame Darwin. He was just wrong. People are wrong, are fine to be wrong. You have to blame the idiots who insist on affirming it even though it's been proved wrong. Blame the wrong ones. Blame the wrong ones. Blame the ones who are super wrong. Blame the wrong ones. Blame the wrong ones. Blame the ones who aren't very right. Find and point them out and fight, fight, fight. The dummies, arrest them. Though that's dumb too. Would you avoid my question? I felt glum. They need to listen. Pull out your gun. Shoot them or miss them. So I've got my orange drink here. Here's the thing about orange drink. I think I like ENFPs, says Misfortune. Well, a lot of people like ENFPs. I like ENFPs. I think they're fine. I like Rachel's dad. I'm a little disappointed in him sometimes, but he's not a bad person. Which again quote, they might be giants. If it weren't for disappointments, I wouldn't have any appointments. You'd be fighting your battles on two fronts, Bobby. Your front lawn. What's the other one? Your front door. ENFPs are heavily represented in Mensa. Well, the thing is, what they don't tell you is Mensa is actually a meta test to weed out all the people who want to join Mensa from actually smart people. I read the answer. I got a piece of paper that proves it. I'm so smart. Hey, fellow Mensa members, what do you guys want to do? Well, I think we should talk about how smart we all are. I think so too. How about you, Judy? Yeah, we're so smart. You know, it's hard being so much smarter than other people, isn't it, you guys? So hard. Like, just yesterday, I was like doing this genius shit, and then this other person's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, oh, "Listen, dummy, you're not going to understand. I'm in Mensa." The only problem I really have is I'm also in MGTOW. I hate it when women are at the Mensa meeting. I'm trying to go my own way. These dumbass broads keep following me to my genius club. MGTOWSA. The Genius Club for MGTOWers. Okay, on the agenda today, our first order of business, we've got William. He's recommended we change the name of it from Red Pill to Pill de Rouge. Sounds smarter. All in favor? Aye. Okay, second item on the agenda. Susie wants to know if we will start getting donuts again. That was just for Christmas, Susie. We told you that last week. None of us brought them. We've all collectively agreed it was probably Santa. So, no. Why did we let a woman into our MGTOWSA organization anyway? We're trying to go our own way together as members of this group of geniuses who don't like women. I already told you I don't like you either. That's not good enough, Susan. My name's not Susan. Well, what is it then? Boozin'? You stink like vodka. I do not, okay? I'm chewing vodka flavored chewing gum. Where do you get that? Well, local stores have got the most interesting flavors of gum there. You gotta come with me sometime. Are you asking me out? Well, yeah, I am. I thought I was trying to go my own way, though. Yeah, you're just scared of girls. Okay, well, fuck it then. Let's just quit the MGTOW part and go to regular Mensa, and I'll go check out the gum store with you. We'll have a date. We'll hold hands. I'll try to kiss you. At the end of the date, you'll be like, actually, this is making me feel really uncomfortable. Then I'll go back to MGTOW twice as hard tomorrow. Now I'm really going my own way. The opposite way of where the girls are. The thing is, I can have a sausage party all by myself. I don't need anybody else to have a sausage party. On the other hand, it's impossible for me to have a taco party. There will always be one sausage present. But my point is, it's better to have a taco and sausage party than either a sausage party or a bridal shower. That was just a joke about taco parties, because only women ever go to bridal showers. The guys aren't invited. It's like, why do you girls need to have extra party? Well, I snuck into one time and I found out. And they spent the whole time examining each other's vaginas. When I subtly questioned more about it later, I discovered it was because they're looking for worms. You know how dogs and cats get worms? Well, apparently women do too, except instead of pooping out worms, the worms come out of their vagina. It's pretty gross. But I guess it's because most women like to rub dirt on their vagina. If you don't rub dirt on your vagina, you probably won't get worms up there. They're earthworms, it should be noted. The earthworms mistake the woman's vagina for a plot of loamy soil. Easy mistake to make. When an earthworm sees a man having sexual intercourse with a woman, it thinks an extra large one of its brethren must be very excited about this patch of soil. And then it tries to emulate said brethren, hoping that it too will grow up big and strong. Of course, earthworms can only live up to 6 months inside of a woman's vagina. Why don't you have a group of friends, Eric? You're essentially going your own way, as in you are essentially living on your own terms. I have a group of friends. I just never talk to them. When did I develop my NE? It's been running roughshod since the day I was born. I'm not a TI though. TI is definitely an instrumental value for me. I mean, the thing is, I'm not going my own way, Bobby. That's why I'm here talking to all of you. I'm the furthest thing in the world from a loner. I enjoy community engagement. J North trash. Having not gotten any response from me when he said I was an ISTJ, has now decided he wants to tell me that my daughter's an ENFP. Well, the thing is, I generally don't listen to typology observations from trash. I find that its placement in the garbage can is a strong indicator that it no longer has any utility. MGTOW isn't a woman hating club. It's literally only about a man living on their own terms. But why should any individual live on their own terms? Right? We all don't live on, none of us live on our own terms. Rachel and I live together here, and we both live under each other's terms as well as our own. No, your name says J North Trash. You've labeled yourself such. That's why I referred to you as such, or pointed out that I don't normally listen to trash. I don't know that you're right. That is incorrect. And it is certainly possible to be right while being logically trash. But it's not possible to rely on your deliberative processes to accomplish correctness without being logically stout. Cam, Corey, Dave Porter, Natalie, you're trash physically? Does that mean your body is made up of kitchen waste? Or are you like Oscar the Grouch? Do you live in a trash can? For reasons none can determine, really. Misfortune? Wait a second. He's trolling me? I know, obviously. I'm sweating? You are incorrect. I am not sweating. Back when you had that ISFJ girlfriend, you weren't living on your own terms at that point. Well, I mean, if living on your own terms means having fewer commitments, I'm certainly living more on my own terms now than I ever have before, as is Rachel. But then living on your own terms just means having money so that you don't have to spend much of your time working for somebody else. And while that's a wonderful state to be in, it's not a strategy for life. You know, the problem that men are experiencing in the world is that they're living according to other people's expectations too much. Well, that's just FI projection. Projection of FI is an absolute value. What FI projection calls phony, FE calls being a team player. On the fakery Olympics. Go small. Is that as small as it goes? Maybe that's as small as it goes. What? A dude having to sleep on the couch with a nagging wife is in a bad relationship. The issue is not that he's not living according to his own terms, it's that he's in the wrong relationship. That's what she said. That's what she said. She said that. I said, what? is the antecedent to your relative pronoun. And she said that. TI projection is an absolute value in being a bitch. TI projection is somebody being like, you're just being too emotional. You need to stop making decisions with your feelings and use your reasoning, for fuck's sake. The thing is, that kind of TI projection doesn't comprise projection in some contexts. In some contexts, it comprises an appropriate rule for discourse regarding matters of, say, public policy. But when I was young and didn't know anything about cognitive functions and was young, and I definitely TI projected onto my first wife and basically tried to fix her because she didn't use a objective deliberative calculus, and tried to explain to her what was wrong with how she thought, how she thought and felt. So I've been guilty of it myself. That's what TI projection is. When it's like you need to justify your feelings if for them to matter. You don't need to justify your feelings for them to matter. Don't ever let anybody tell you that. Your feelings are always valid, but then so are mine, right? So the thing is, like, if Rachel feels like I don't feel like doing that, then I definitely don't want to do that with her. I don't want to make her do something she doesn't want to do.
I feel the same way.
And that's called being a decent human being. Decent human beings don't like forcing each other to do things. And of course, we're equal. There's no type that's better than any other type. Each type has their own strengths. Whether you are actually an ENFP is not yet determined, but um, if I were gonna say something in my own defense, it would be this: I stay in my lane pretty much. So the stuff I talk about, the claims I make, the kind of content I produce, the kind of life I lead in general, is one that is informed by, at this point in my life, my knowledge of cognitive functions, and therefore is colored by a fundamental respect for the equality of other people's different stacks. That doesn't change the fact that it's annoying that other people don't stay in their lane. So I'm not going to sit down and start explaining to somebody the best strategy for a real estate buy. It's too TE for me. Not my thing, right? But I am going to have TI polar people try to write philosophy, for example, and do plenty of damage in their passionate advocacies as college professors and such, you know. They're not staying in their lane. If you're not using an objective deliberative calculus, don't engage in discourse reportedly presenting stuff that's been objectively reasoned when you're just mindlessly affirming what you feel like you want to be the case, unaware that that's not even how you affirm things. She'll wear out and get tired eventually. Jeff Shaw, 5-letter words with an L. Likes, lakes, loves, lands, limps, lumps,
Laugh.
laugh, lamps, lanky, light, libel, limes, lines, lanes, loons,
Loofah.
loofahs, leans, the other kind of leans. Is that enough? Five letter L words?
I'm impressed.
Thanks. Without the map, I don't see how a person could know what their lane ought to be. Well, yeah, you're right, Alec T, for pointing out that I'm scolding people for not escaping a catch 22 or being frustrated by them. The thing is, ENFPs, actual ENFPs, should be, well, they are, as absolute value, prioritizing communicative stuff. So they're at their central core, they are mappers, but their deliberative function is pulling the exact opposite direction as their dominant and fifth. So I don't know how they do it, really. They cry a lot, I guess. Okay. Are you, Miss Fortune, are you telling Bobby about the sex fairy? So the sex fairy is if you lose one of your teeth and you put it under your pillow, a fairy will come and have sex with you. Here's the thing. You're not guaranteed a human fairy, though. And all the different animal species have their own kinds of fairies. So sometimes it's kind of odd and delightfully surprising, like, hey, I'm having sex with a river otter. Other times it's horrifying, like, it's a cockroach fairy. Just get used to that, Mr. Robbie. Just used to cockroaches on your junk. A drunk ENFP does cry a lot. Lamau. Well, I don't think that you should say that. I mean, it's a bitch, like, what a troublesome thing. Well, ENFPs, they've got a nightmare stack, in my opinion, frankly. Lots of ideas, but very sensitive, and their tool functions always making them behave in ways that make it difficult for them to validate against their own fifth. ENFPs are the Moses of compromise. Instead of parting the Red Sea, they partially part the Red Sea. Then they include some blue sea, some green sea, some orange sea, until everybody's frustrated. They're about to cut the baby in half, being King Solomon, and then they think, maybe I should cut it into sixths. Dungeons and Dragons seems like a good outlet for ENFP. It was a good outlet for an ENTP. As a child, I liked it. I played old school D&D before they had computer games and such. I used to go to this store in Pasadena where they sold lead figurines and Dungeon and Dragons books and stuff like that. You know, like a Monster Manual and Advanced Dungeons and Dragons and what else did they have? Bobby gets to be in an isekai? Bobby, did you have to get hit by a car while saving a child in order to go to this fantasy land? That's normally how it's done in Japanese cartoons.
My dad's an ENFP, and he really liked playing Risk.
Wow.
Yeah.
Risk has a reputation as being the game that makes everybody mad at each
That's
other.
funny.
Okay, Mr. Bobby, what you meant to say was, I know you are, but what am I? That's how you need to do that. How do you know I haven't literally lived this situation? You literally lived as Bobby? Wow. That's taking method acting to a new level. Before you started your YouTube channel, you spent decades being Bobby.
Yeah, Alec T. He likes to play chess too. He doesn't play it. Like I don't think he has anyone to play against, really.
Or he plays cosplay chess. He dresses up as one of the different kind of chess pieces and goes to conventions. In those conventions, what you mostly see is most people dressed as knights because they can jump over other things.
Oh.
Yeah. When people dressed as kings, they can only move one step at a time. Or they can move in any direction. You don't want to dress as a pawn because then you can only move forward. And if somebody passes you and you don't move diagonally into them, then they can move diagonally back into you. It's kind of a good idea. They should have a chess convention. Nobody gets to play any chess. Everybody comes dressed as chess pieces and has to move around in according to the rules of the piece they dress as.
Wow.
Yeah. Cops can't tell me where to sleep in my house, Bobby. What country do you live in? Aw, you mean the cops don't call and tell you where to go to bed? Because I'm surprised they're not here yet, actually. They usually arrive at 8 o'clock. They walk me into my room, Rachel upstairs. They lock our doors. They say, go to bed. Well, of course they can't force a woman to share a bed with her husband. Nor can they force a man to share his bed with the wife. Yeah, what's with all this force business? That chess fiasco happened in Harry Potter? Did it? I don't remember that. I read all the books too. That's not how you spell pawn. I mean, it is how you spell pawn.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't be spelled like that.
Oh, how should they spell?
It should be spelled P-A-U-N.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I've seen C.S. Joseph. Not in real life, though. Mr. Bobby, just. Dude, you're imagining things that are just. That don't make up real life experiences of people very often. You know, when a relationship goes sour, both people tend to get damaged and hurt in the process. It's not, you know, some horrible woman emasculates a man, makes him sleep on the couch, and steals all his stuff, and kicks him out and takes his kids. Occasionally that happens. Yeah, I was bringing up MGTOW. That didn't mean I wanted to revisit its central thesis. I was making hilarious jokes about people going to Mensa and MGTOW together. MGTOWSA. So that's a good way to talk about the subject, is to make hilarious jokes about MGTOWSA. A bad way to talk about the subject is to present hypotheticals in which some horrible woman is being horrible to a man and think you're doing some kind of work. Just be okay with people, even if they have vaginas.
Thank you.
It just takes a little bit of practice. Next time you go somewhere and you see a chick, you say, "Hello, you are a woman? I used to be very scared of you. I still am, but I'm trying to get less scared of you. Thank you for shaking my hands." What do you tell her? She'll be like, "Aw, you guys, that is so adorable."
So adorable.
Pansy sellers. Probably the most disreputable profession in America is pansy seller.
Ooh, tell me about it.
Well, picture yourself this: a villainous looking fellow with a snidely whiplash mustache sitting by the side of the road. What does he have to sell? A bunch of little potted pansies, okay? These pansies will die if planted in direct sunlight, but I won't tell any of these rubes. That's why.
Oh my gosh. That's chaotic energy.
Mm-hmm. Is there even a right answer there, Bobby? Yes, the right answer is that girls are bad at scary. You know what? Bobby, sleep under the bed. And then,
sleep under the bed.
as soon as you hear her get comfortable, kick underneath the bed. So that she'll be like, "What? What?" And then she'll know that's what she gets for being such a bitch. Well, I don't know. You probably hadn't heard, Misfortune. The United States Congress wrote the law, Senate and House both passed it. It's been signed into law. Women now have like colonial powers over beds. So
colonial powers.
yeah. So like if you say, let's say you're going out with a girl, she has her own apartment, you invite her over, and she sleeps in your bed one time, she can now claim it for Spain or Portugal. It's her choice. Let's all go 50 sitcom, not just separate beds, but separate rooms. In the 50s, actually, Lucy and Desi had their separate beds in the same room.
Yep.
Rachel and I are much more conservative than that. I say, Rachel, we cannot risk any inadvertent sexual contact. I need you to go sleep upstairs, please. That's the way we stay virtuous.
That's the way we stay virtuous.
Because we're saving ourselves until after we get married on July 8th. As you can imagine, it's getting pretty urgent, the need here. We've been together for a long time, and, we love the Lord, but we want to fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
What would your response be to a person who says to you, "I wish you could come, the thing is, you don't want to go to that event and don't wish to express that since it means a lot to them. Is the event a bukkake session or something? I like how you consider your ejaculate an expression. An expression that means a lot to your partner. Okay. If you don't want to go to this event and your partner wants you to go to it, you say, I don't want to go to that. It's going to suck ass. And if this sequence repeats itself multiple times, then you know you're with an ESFJ.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's how it was me and an ESFJ.
Can you at least acknowledge some are way more vindictive than others and would go so far to make accusations which could actually land you in jail or questioning? Well, yes, it's possible that other human beings in the world can use words to tell lies to get other people in trouble. Note that capacity and the execution of that capacity requires neither a penis nor a vagina. It's non-unique to chicks.
Yeah.
Sex for pleasure is chewing gum for genitals? What about sex for reproduction? Is that regular food for genitals? That's how to deal with out of control, aggressive people. They wear out easily. Some people are terrible at it. Terrible at being out of control and aggressive. Rachel's terrible at being out of control and aggressive.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good at it. Depends on my mood. I have to be really mad about something. I haven't felt really that mad about things in a while now. Like a week, maybe. Maybe 2 days. Some people are terrible at lying. I'm terrible at lying.
Yeah.
I am terrible at lying. I can't bluff at the poker table because people can see it right on my face. Like, it's like I basically am mouthing to them. Eric, that is ridiculous. Are you forgetting how Johnny Depp was deemed guilty by most people at first? Took an extensive trial for most people to actually realize he's innocent. Well, did you poll a population of people to determine what they believed prior to the trial or something? That's crazy. No, it's not the case. I'm not saying there are not instances of injustice that occur during couples splitting up. And I would agree that there's more of an institutionalized problem of injustices being done to men in divorce court or whatever. But that's not your problem, right? If you get with a narcissist like Amber Heard,
Yeah.
you may end up with that situation. Could be the dude who's a narcissist and the girl's not too, you know? So the point is, you're thinking this is informing you somehow about women in general. Remember, you don't ever get to date women in general. You have to actually date another human being, an individual person who's not defined by the fact that she's a chick. But you want it easier than that. It's not easier than that. You have to actually have a vulnerable, intimate relationship with another human being. rather than get all caught up in this nonsense storytelling you've got going on about injustice due to gender. It maybe makes things sort of a little easier for a little while when we put our fingers in our ears and say, I went back to being a child and pretend like things are simple and easy so that I don't have to deal with anything complicated and hard. I get it. I get that. But you're caught up in a bit of a blame cycle, you know? Blame and outrage are not healthy foods. Blame and outrage are the olestra of ontological events. Can you please add a thin layer of olestra on top of my burger? Yeah, I want to have digestive problems. Blame and outrage. Blame and outrage. Few people are qualified to blame and outrage.
It's good.
You gotta know what's genuinely outrageous. Institutionalized injustice. Well, like compulsory school comprises institutionalized injustice. It's it's a regulated rights violation on people who are different because of age. So, like when we used to say it's okay to force black people to do things even if they don't want to, we called it slavery. When we say it's okay to force young people to do things even if they don't want to, we call it school. In both cases, it's institutionalizing injustice because it's arbitrarily punishing individuals for being part of a demographic that they can't help being part of. You know, you can't help being 6 years old when you're 6 years old. You can't help being a gay male if you're a homosexual male. You can't help being a chick if you're a chick. You can't help the color of your skin if you're black. Those things are implicit to you, so they shouldn't be used in making discriminations. Nothing wrong with making discriminations, but you have to use things that aren't cueing on irrelevancies. So it's okay to take away the rights of a convicted murderer because they forfeited those rights by violating the rights of another. It's not okay to violate the rights of a child because it doesn't universalize like that. The child did nothing simply by being a child to warrant taking away its rights. In contrast, the murderer did something simply by being a murderer that justifies taking away their rights. Okay, well, what if that is the case, Mr. Robbie? Let's pretend, for the sake of argument, that it is the case that when a woman lies and makes accusations, she's more likely to be listened to than a man in presumably some kind of family court scenario. Well, if that is the case, that's unfortunate. Now, what do you do with that information? Do you just shake your head and feel superior over that horrible progressive woke culture that's emasculating men and giving all the power to women, and you just want to play I'm eating my rage stew.
And with the example of Johnny Depp, I mean, I think, okay, so there were people who sided with Amber Heard before the trial, but she lied um, during the trial, and lawyers were saying if you lie once on the stand, then like
Yeah, I mean,
puts you
and,
from there on.
right. And here's the thing, Bobby. You've got this example of something that happened that we're all talking about here. This Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. The best takeaway is, oh my God, what a beautiful thing and a transparent accountability mechanism is, like a court.
Yeah.
So that she couldn't get away with it.
Yeah, she didn't get away with it.
And didn't get away with it.
Yeah.
Your takeaway, instead of taking away what you should take away from that evidence, which is that in fact there exists no such institutional bias towards women that you can reliably expect to see, as we didn't see it in that court case, instead of concluding that, you concluded the exact wrong thing. Even though that court case doesn't support my case, I'm going to just arbitrarily claim that most people sided with her before the trial. So you're clearly attached to your agenda rather than interested at all in drawing what conclusions the data that you choose to reference actually supports. Yeah, I know. Exactly. This, like, I'm the victim because I'm a man and women have it too good right now or something, is extremely antithetical to living your own way.
No, she lied. Like literally, like I followed it. Like things turned when she.
Right, Mr. Bobby, your TE perspective is so fucking wrong. The reason she didn't get away with it is not because Johnny Depp had great lawyers. It's because she's a liar.
Yeah,
liars get caught in court.
Yeah, she was caught.
It is not the case that you need to hire a bunch of fancy lawyers if you have the moral high ground, if you are correct.
I don't think her lawyers were that bad either, but like I said, like
yeah, she had just as many resources to hire lawyers as he did.
Yeah.
So you can assume their advocacy teams were equal. So again, why not draw the correct conclusion from this data set instead of the one that it definitely does not support?
Yeah. LOL, Diamond. The lawyers were horrible because she I mean, they did the best they could. Honestly, like I said, I watched the trial. Like I was like pretty obsessed with it, and I was fucking impressed with. I mean, even after she was found out lying, they still fought for her in a way that made her look good, and I was like, damn, like she has some good lawyers.
But yeah, the takeaway from that really is how powerful is potentially the mechanism of a court. It's so powerful. It's so powerful. And the thing is, the reason nobody can ever successfully threaten to sue me is because whenever anybody even thinks about getting me into court, I think, oh my God, I cannot wait to depose this person. Because you get to do pre-trial stuff, and depose them means they can answer your questions on an affidavit, and then when you question them later on the stand, you can just find any inconsistency with what they're saying. They got to keep too much shit track if they're lying, you know? Every man has the chance to sue for defamation. All they need to do is file the paperwork at the court. You don't have to have a lawyer to sue someone for defamation. you do have to be willing to type into Google, how can I sue Meow for defamation?
Like the trial too is so it's difficult one to reference because like he was shown as being awful to her too. Like it was obviously a really toxic relationship. Um, but I mean the fucking shit.
But toxic people do unjust things to other people. It is how it is.
Yeah.
That's what makes them toxic, right? Both men and women can be toxic. Um, I notice in the world when I encounter toxic people, celebrities or whatever, like I could tell right away that Meghan Markle was no damn good. And but I'm not going to make the mistake because nobody should ever make this mistake. I'm thinking that Meghan Markle's cunthood tells us anything about women. Well, Mr. Bobby, a normal working man wouldn't have been married to Amber fucking Heard. You know? She was Aquaman's girlfriend. That's very important.
Yeah.
Look, Bobby, when people get together and decide to get married or whatever at the beginning of their relationship, nobody entered into those relationships saying, I want this to turn out to be a clusterfuck of a disaster involving the courts at the end of the relationship. Nobody says that at the beginning of the relationship. But relationships go south, go sour. People start hating each other. And yeah, she wasn't trying to get him to stop doing drugs. She was trying to torture him. She was trying to leverage whatever piece of information she had to make his life a living hell because that's what they were doing at that point. What thing can tell us about something beyond the thing itself? Other people's reactions to it, you know, its prominence in its context compared to other objects you might distinguish. Lots of things. Lots and lots and lots of things. More than just one or two. Maybe, but they can move. Are you talking about my scrotum wrinkles? They can and do move. A lot. Eric, you more than anyone should know that any normal working man can find himself with a narcissistic woman, and point being that women's words hold more weight in the courts than a man's. I mean, that last statement is not generally true, certainly not universally true. And in almost every instance, the amount of weight a given person's words are going to be afforded will be determined after they've said those words. So, for example, what I explained to my ex-wife Candace when she wanted alimony was that she was not going to get alimony, and that before she could make a claim that she deserved it, she would need to justify that claim adequately. And there was no adequate justification for it. And she made a very stern video explaining exactly why she wasn't going to pull any bullshit with me, put it on the internet. She went and talked to a lawyer, showed him the video, and he said, don't even bother. Because, Mr. Bobby, the reason is it matters who is in the right. Okay? Not who has the right genitals. To some extent, there may be some small bias that persists in Western jurisprudence that favors women in family court kind of situations. Even if that's the case, if you are correct and articulate, it doesn't matter what gender you are. If the other person is lying, they will be exposed. That's the power of a transparent accountability mechanism called a court. So that's what you should be focusing on, is celebrating the power of an open forum with rules of discourse, rules of communication that allows us to uncover the truth. But you should be celebrating that right now instead of fixating on your narrative outrage blanket. I know you love the gamey smell of your outrage blanket, but you need to stop burying your nose into it. It's making you weird. Well said, Eric. Well said.
Well said, indeed.
I do say, old chap, you're quite a way with words. Really? You think I do? Absolutely. Well, you're right. I do. Not doing such a great job with the modesty there, are you? Shut up, English guy. Shut up. Go drink your tea and eat your lorries. Boy, I got a good amount of wall picking done today. I picked the living fuck out of that wall. It was like, you can't pick me, you can't pick me. I was like, watch me pick you, motherfucker. I picked and picked and pecked and popped. Soon enough, ain't gonna be no more of that gray stuff on that wall. Lord, Lord, let my people go. Lordy, Lord, let my people go. Lordy, Lord, let my people go. We're tired of working, picking things in these fields. It's too hot. Lordy, Lordy, let my people go. Hi, I'm James Travers. What you just heard was Lordy, Lordy, let my people go, a Negro spiritual recorded in 1929 by American historical culturalist David G. Jenkins. Thanks to the Library of Congress, we can listen to it again now. Lordy, Lordy, let my people go. Shortly after recording this song, Wilhelmina J, what's her last name? Jay, died tragically when her train collided with another train in the middle of the winter in the Rocky Mountains, and that's where the Donner Party came from. Wilhelmina lost the first rock, paper, scissors game and was the first one eaten. The tragic irony was, just down the hill was a train car filled with sausages. If they'd only found it sooner, they wouldn't have had to eat her. Fortunately, she lives on today with her classic hit, Lordy, Lordy, Let My People Go, released on Library of Congress records in 1929. It was the flapper days. And then the stock market crashed. Everyone was like, oh no! Then some other stuff happened, and that's how we got to today. I say thank you, Army Corps of Engineers. I think I really should send them a thank you card, probably. Dear Army Corps of Engineers, you know, back a long time ago, how you used to make all these things like dams and stuff? Well, I just wanted to say thanks a lot. Those dams keep water away from me so well. Love, Eric. You don't want to be the Borg? Well, too bad. You have to be the Borg. I'll be the Borg next time. Winston's mom will be the Borg the time after that. But this time you've got to be the Borg. And I get to be the Klingons. You know, dryer sheets, extremely powerful weapon against static Klingons. However, if the Klingon is dynamic, then you're out of luck. Okay, well, I did start it, I guess. But when you say that it made you want to double down, that means you are actively pushing this narrative out there. And you clearly are. And I'm negating it. I'm saying, not for anybody else's sake but your own, let go of that horrible narrative. It will cause you nothing but suffering. I know reality is scary. Girls especially so. But not as scary as living a life under that framework. Well, you're making your advocacy that we all ought to be outraged by gender inequality in family courts. I'm saying, okay, fine. But you shouldn't be, because it's masking something else. Maybe I should be outraged by it. I'm not, but maybe I should be. But it's not safe for you to be outraged by it, because there's too much pain underneath there. Believe me, I feel you, dog. Chicks is like a beautiful mystery that only Sherlock Holmes can solve. But here's the good news. When you find the right woman, you'll discover she was Sherlock Holmes the whole time. Wise words, Eric, wise words.
Yes, wise words.
One of the best things about dating Sherlock Holmes is his pipe. It's curved like a funnel. A curved funnel. I run up to him in my nightgown and I say, tee hee hee. Oh, Sherlock, blow another smoke ring. And he does. We laugh and titter, giggle and guffaw, chortle and cackle. Synonyms for laughter. Fair amount of synonyms for laughter.
Yeah.
Well, that's how your Sarah and Kitty talk. And he confuses people too, is they don't see the bigger concept. It doesn't matter what words you use lightly.
Yeah.
Or the right man, Eric, since women are so icky and evil, right? And there's that, Bobby. You know, if chicks are so terrible, maybe you should find a homosexual man. And say, hi, I'm Bobby. I couldn't help but notice you sitting over here. And I can kind of read your body language. You're pretty definitely gay. So anyway, I just want to come over and say hi. And I've never done this before or anything, but I'd like to try having gay sex with you. And then he'll say, okay, weird. My name's Todd. Now let's go to the bathroom. You do realize that if your intent is to make me or other men realize MGTOW isn't the way, mocking it isn't the best approach? Oh, that's not my intent. My intent was to make fun of MGTOW.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully with jokes that get somewhere approach the green range. The green range on the hilarity scale is hilarious. Most of my jokes don't quite get into the green range. They top out at high yellows. Occasionally I'll throw out a real stinker there. So in the red range. Doesn't even elicit a courtesy laugh from Rachel. So, you know, like, if I were to tell you the joke, why did the chicken cross the road to get to the other side? That would be in the red range of hilarity.
Mm-hmm.
You already know the joke. It wasn't even a good joke when it was first told, probably. If it was, it's impossible to even know because you've known it for such a long time that you can't use any like fresh eyes on it. No, I'm not conflating MGTOW with anything. I am saying MGTOW is an organization that is full of men who are scared of women. Not that they hate them, although I may have said that before. More broadly, it's an organization of men who are scared of intimacy and the risks that it implicitly involves. Okay, let's call it an advice hub or a worldview, a paradigm. Call it a paradigm if you want, you know. What I'm saying is that paradigm is paradigm theater masking fear of intimacy. And I'm correct about that. Or anger towards women. You know, there is that too, you know. It's like it's not just masking fear of intimacy. For any guys out there who genuinely got fucked over by some chick who left them and took their kids and stuff like that, and they're genuinely angry about it. The problem is they're not angry at the right person. They should be angry at that person, not at women in general. Because even though the person who fucked you over was a woman, you can't. Things don't generalize that direction. They generalize down the other direction. So when my first wife cheated on me, I was mad at her. Now, when I got with my second wife, I was very jealousy, snoopy, you know. because I had this SI kind of knowledge that said your partner's going to cheat on you because it had happened with the last one and it was so traumatic. So that's an example of me generalizing incorrectly, but it's an example of me generalizing onto one other specific person. It's not an example of me assuming, intellectualizing that, and then saying, and also I'm going to advocate that women are more likely to do this than men, or that this is the nature of sexual dynamics between men and women, or that women in general ought to be reduced to their, biology, that they're slaves to some sort of reproductive drives that cause them to prefer men with higher status, things like those kind of arguments. They're all just ways of saying, I don't want to deal with individual human beings who are women because that's too scary and fraught with risk. So I'm going to treat them as uh, a less scary, reducible kind of thing, and thereby be reductive in my analysis to my own detriment and not anybody else's, really. You know, if if you want to be single or if you don't want to date, you don't need a paradigm for that. It's ill advised to have a paradigm that conscribes your future options while concurrently embittering you with its by so when you choose to soak in its nonsense. It cannot possibly be a good idea. Now, I get it. People want epistemological finality regarding their status. I'd rather just say, fuck it, I'm never going to be in a relationship and just know that I'm single for the rest of my life. That way, at least I have that thing, that matter's settled. Okay, well, I get that motivation, but don't do yourself that much of a disservice. And you just maybe have to make yourself comfortable with the fact that that matter is not settled and that you have to be okay with ambiguity there for now. Nobody likes ambiguity, especially, particularly when it comes to subjective matters, which the strength of subjectivity should be that it it overcomes linguistic ambiguities for your own purposes. But the problem is when you're talking about subjective cognitive processes about fundamentally subjective matters, then it's impossible to say whether that lack of ambiguity represents a real lack of ambiguity or just the fog of war that is FI, you know? I mean, I don't need even special glasses to see through that fog myself usually. But even if I get too emotionally disrupted, make mistakes. People are not at their most mistake free when they're highly emotional. It's true of everybody. It doesn't matter where FI is in their stack. What is life without some conflict? Boring? I mean, if I'm somewhere at the at a pole at one of two poles. I mean, the thing is, my position is simply deal with people as individual people. There's nothing polarizing about that perspective. Mr. Bobby, I will joke about whatever the fuck I want, including MGTOW, whenever the fuck I want. And the fact that it triggers you is fine. It explains why you keep hammering the point, but it doesn't change the fact that your position is wrong. And that instead of listening to yourself, you should listen to me. It's not like I joked about it with the intent of provoking you. If I had joked about it with the intent of provoking you, then I can understand why that would be frustrating to you. I'm frustrated when people intentionally provoke me with just stuff designed to provoke me as well, you know? But that's not what happened here. I was not trying to provoke you. I just brought it up incidentally. It's because Mensa, I was trying to make a joke about Mensa, and phonetics caused me to make the NE jump to MGTOW. Same number of letters, and both start with M. So, I mean, you know, it's kind of cheap and easy to make fun of MGTOW anyway. So, aesthetically, I'm not doing very heavy lifting there. I may be underserving Hilaria, the goddess of jokes. Well, no, Jimmy Blaze, then you see my side. Your first girlfriend was a horror show. Your second girlfriend was wonderful. In other words, you dated two distinct individual human beings. Right? And you talk about them as though they were two distinct individual human beings. You're not creating a make-believe monolith of womanhood that comprises a bunch of menopausal mega cunts. Menopausal mega cunts coming to your rescue right today. Menopausal mega cunts, you can never run away.
You want to go out again?
Yeah. Of course you do. Menopausal mega cunts is still hot shots they haven't announced yet, but it's Marvel's next big release.
Wow.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know about that section, that little corner of the MCU universe, but I know. I pulled an ATM machine. Regardless, what I'm trying to get at is some of the most woke of the Marvel Universe characters were actually written by a lady named Edith Langburn back in the 20s. And they were called Mega Cunts. As the cartoon continued to grow in popularity, the cartoonist aged, and so did her characters. In 1951, she renamed it Menopausal Mega Cunts. As all of her characters entered menopause concurrently and doubled down on their already impressive lifetime accumulation of mega countries. Oh, Tesla was so MGTOW. He was so into it. He was going his own way. I was like, I'm not gonna fuck that chick. I'm gonna make this coil. I then hate that.
Wow.
I mean, the law's on everybody's side equally, right? It is the case. It is the case that we, in some states especially, we still have some antiquated laws um, that skew in favor of women in divorce cases, okay, or in custody of children cases. In those two areas, I'll concede that in the United States there exists still some skew that favors women unfairly. But but I agree that people shouldn't naively blunder into the benefit of the doubt. Believe me, if anybody knows that, I do. My first wife was a catastrophe. My second wife was fine, I guess. My third wife, more or less, was another catastrophe. It wasn't until I got with Rachel that I got in a good relationship. So, yeah, lots of life's most horrible times stem from people being in the wrong relationship. Being cheated on was one of the most horrible times in my life. Trying to fix Kimberly for 2.5 years, the last good stretch of it, was one of the most horrible times of my life. But note, at no point did I engage the courts throughout my entire life. There's no reason to. And almost never is it a good idea for either party. The only people who might take advantage, really, of this purported um, bias are women who are married to rich men but who don't themselves work at all. That's not a huge population of people. And if you're in the right, the beautiful thing about a court of law is the truth will come out. What is the adequate amount of doubt one should have? You need at least six. At least six doubts. 7 is better than 6, but if you want to be reckless, you can enter a relationship after knowing the girl for 3 months with a doubt level of 6. But ideally, you'd still be seriously doubting and questioning her even after you've been married to her for 40 years.
Wow.
Yeah, because she's a woman, and who knows? Who knows what's gonna come out of her? One day it might be a baby. The next day it might be a demon. The next day it might be a lawnmower. If I ever became a public figure, I guarantee my ex will reveal messages I sent to her to shame me and get me canceled. My career will be over. Well, what did you say that's so terrible? Why would you say such terrible things? I'm not worried about people quoting me. So her keeping happy stuff is fair in a scenario where the man is the primary provider. She can also get granted alimony aside from child support. Yeah, I know those things are possible to happen, right? It is a leftover thing from a time back when it used to be that men were the only ones who worked and women always stayed at home. So if a man marries a woman and then has a kid and then runs off with the secretary, he has to be responsible for the family he's leaving. That's the logic that this stuff originated in. It's not really like that anymore. So, to the extent that that worldview is still coloring legal decisions about those matters, it should update accordingly. But nevertheless, Bobby, you've neglected to address any of the very cogent, hugely important things that I pointed out. Number one, that the court is a mechanism that seeks the truth and has the appropriate mechanisms in place to attain the truth. It's a transparency utilizing accountability mechanism. And that will be the determinant factor in 99% of cases. Is a tiny fraction of cases in which some injustice is done based purely on gender. Number two, that you are not well served by soaking in this particular Palmolive outrage flavor. Okay? It will dry out your hands. Don't wallow in the wrong stories. There's a lot of different ways you can wallow in the wrong stories. This blame and outrage pond that you happen to be favoring is one bad way to wallow in stories. Another bad way to wallow in stories is denial. Like, let's say you're in a relationship and you see signs the other person is cheating on you, and you come up with alternate explanations to pretend yourself into happiness. That's a bad way to wallow in your narratives. Well, that's not going to ruin your career or anything, Jimmy Blaze. Well, the important thing to think about Alien 60 is don't just focus on whether the story is right or wrong. Understand your own relationship with the story. So, in some sense, this topic is a way for Bobby to self-soothe. It allows him to direct negative feelings externally towards what he views as societal problems that deserve to be subjected to scorn and disdain because it's easier to be mad than it is to be sad. And there are certain kinds of things in the world where we are well served to be mad instead of sad. But as I talked about on a previous live stream, it's pretty easy to know whether or not it's good to be mad. If it's good to be mad, you're mad at somebody specific for something specific that they've done. Then you can go yell at them. If you're not mad at somebody specific for something specific that they've done, then you're not well served to spend extra time in that anger pool. It's like the Salton Sea, full of botulism. Well, Jimmy Blaze, people have said all kinds of things about me. All right. Taylor's most popular video on his channel, Post Date, in the title, calls me a narcissist. So the thing is, I think your fear of cancel culture, quote unquote, is a little overblown. Um, it would be a good problem to have, right? To be so famous that you have to worry about being canceled by your old texts. You've already attained a lot of success at that point. I have nothing major to lose, Eric. If you did, you would have lost it by now. Um, I don't know what you mean by that. When I got divorced from Candace, I was making a lot of money. That's why she wanted alimony. But she didn't approach the topic correctly from my perspective. She made the terrible mistake of suggesting we get lawyers and go to court. Because, of course, I pointed out, why in the world would two human beings mutually decide that strangers are better able to adjudicate what the just outcome of their relationship is than they are? He was responding to your response to Mr. Blaze. Do you think trusting your gut instinct is a reliable thing to use when deciding whether I should continue in a relationship or not? I don't know about that. It depends on your stack, I guess. Like, I wouldn't say I used gut instinct when I broke up with Kimberly. I noted that I was considering doing things to get back at her or get even. And I said, okay, Eric, you have to get out of this relationship before you do something stupid. Okay, you're not a MGTOW. You're a man going someone else's way. That's pretty good. That's pretty good too. You know what they say? Lead, follow, or get out of the way. I can follow pretty well if we're talking about a cooperative project of limited scope and somebody's doing a good job of taking the lead. I can lead pretty well to very well, depending on how motivated I am. But I'm best at getting out of the way. I'm perfectly happy to get out of the way and have other people play leadership, follow the leadership, lead, follow thing. I'm really just not that into lead, follow. Like, do you remember that one time somebody was in here talking about how I'm the leader in our relationship?
Yeah.
And then I was like, I didn't like that language, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, why are you so hesitant to just admit that you're the leader in this relationship? And I said something like, because why would I want to frame my relationship like that or something like that, you know? Women should be just as scared of sociopaths. Um, I mean, look, it's hard to get people to pay attention to something. That's the long and the short of it. So there have been instances of people getting canceled in the last few years for bad behavior, whatever. But there have been plenty of other examples of people not getting canceled for very much more bad behavior. Like, you think your text is bad? Think about the shit that Trump said, which came out during the election, the first election, um, about like grabbing a woman in the pussy and things. It didn't even put a dent in his popularity rating.
It's true.
So I wouldn't be too panicky about getting canceled. How you respond to the cancel effort has a lot to do with whether you can be canceled, but mostly it has to do with what you did. If all you did was send texts like Jimmy Blaze text, then nobody's gonna get canceled for that shit. And that's just people being mean to each other at the end of a relationship.
Yeah.
It's like, who hasn't experienced that shit?
Yeah.
Mr. Trump's Easter message read World War III. I hope it had an exclamation point and to one of these guys. Hmm? Yes, they are a real thing, Mr. Bobby. You're correct. The Palmolive that you're soaking in is labeled outrage, and there are many pool toys floating around in it. One of them is called double standard. One of them is called hypergamy. One of them is called alimony. And you can sit in that pool and continue to bat around to those toys. What I'm trying to explain to you is that's not good for you. Having another great example of how women have an unfair advantage or something is staying in that same pool and playing with another pool toy. You don't want to sit in that pool. It's not good for your skin, your soul, your spirit, your love life, your meow and your meow. You guys know that Eric and Rachel, but others don't. If everyone was reasonable like you guys, I wouldn't be worried. Well, if everybody was reasonable like me, then I guess I'd have to be unreasonable. I don't want to be the same as everybody else. Yeah, I mean, I I guess because my fifth slot NI is very unconscious, I don't remember ever. That never has meant anything to me. Trust your gut. I can think of a couple of instances from my life a long time ago where I trusted my gut, quote unquote. But I can only even conceptualize of it regarding an unfolding situation in real time involving people I don't know. Then I can conceptualize trusting my gut. Shit's about to go down around here. Let's get out of here. Right?
Yeah.
But trusting my gut regarding whether I should leave a relationship, I don't know how I could trust my gut regarding that because it's inherently such a deliberated question rather than a known question. You don't get to know whether you should leave a relationship. You have to decide whether you should. I don't think that's really true, Mr. Bobby. I don't think people would necessarily go crazy if a 20-year-old dated a 17-year-old. But I mean, what you should be asking yourself is, am I experiencing harms from this unjust skew I keep making observations about? Okay, so is that harming you in some way, Mr. Bobby? The point is, don't worry about it. You know, if you encounter this double standard somehow bumping into you and your actual experience, okay, then worry about it. What do I suggest you do in the deciding process? Well, I mean, there are certain kinds of red flags that I would like to say mean definitely go, definitely leave. Definitely leave if the other person's physically violent. Definitely leave if the other person's unfaithful. You can have a few definites here and there, but actually being in a relationship, the trouble with it is, if you're doing the job of being in a relationship correctly, you are running on the fundamental assumption that this is your last relationship. You're with this person forever. You love this person, you want to be with them, and you're happily in a relationship. So that's the story you're telling yourself and your partner and the world. When facts, realities run astray of those positive stories you're telling, then you have to make adjustments to the stories you're telling because you're still trying to do the same work. You're still doing a relationship right, trying to make it work, trying to be happy, trying to have the stories you're telling come true. So, of course, in order to tell those stories, your ideation is about why this relationship is the right relationship, why you should stay in it, why you love this person so much, why these problems can be fixed, and how I'm going to fix them, and yeah, yeah, yeah. Because you're not, because you're a good boatmate. You're not trying to get out of the boat and swim to shore. You're trying to figure out what you're going to do with your partner in this boat in the middle of the storm. You're still trying to be a good boatmate, which means you're not considering it as an option. Well, I know. How about I fucking jump out of this boat and swim over there to that other boat and just say, fuck off, leave ya, see ya, you know? So, trusting your gut as to when to leave the relationship, I don't know. It doesn't seem to be a mechanism that I could use anyway, because I'm in the middle. The harder a relationship is, the more vigorously I'm working to make sure the sails don't get torn apart by the wind, and the more vigorously I'm manning the boat, you know? It's not going to occur to me that my gut is screaming, jump overboard and leave her to die. I'm just thinking, we've got to get out of this storm. This storm keeps getting worse and worse and worse. We keep fighting over the steering wheel, and this bitch keeps driving us into the storm. You know. So, what am I supposed to do at that point, right? I just keep trying to get us to go away from the storm, and then the boat keeps going around in circles because we're fighting over the steering wheel so much. But she was more stubborn than me. My strategy, which I was very confident about before that relationship, which was if the other person is behaving badly, you just hammer them until they fix that behavior or they leave. That was my modus operandi. It didn't work with her. She was more stubborn than me. She was horrible, horrible, horrible. It was so horrible. Oh, God. That woman would not listen to me at all. And it drove me fucking crazy, which is why she didn't listen to me at all.
And I think she's a good example of how, like, your type, like any type could be any Enneagram, because she's an ISFJ, and she's definitely an 8 in my opinion.
I mean, it doesn't work, ultimately, Alien 60. 9 times out of 10, being angry and confrontational is not the optimal approach. It didn't work for me. I could yell louder, but she could stick her fingers in her ear harder and go, nah, 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 nah. You know?
Chloe's parents say thank you so much for teaching Chloe.
Okay. You're welcome so much for teaching Chloe.
You're welcome.
Yeah, sure. Whatever. I wasn't.
Oh.
I don't really think I was going to
Okay.
reply to that.
Cool.
It doesn't seem to demand a reply to me. She's on the older side. She's 72. But Mr. Bobby doesn't see age. He doesn't see a number. He just sees a beautiful woman named Agnes. Look it up. Yeah, look it up, Diamond. Don't ask questions. Jeez. Question asker. Question asker, question asker. You are a question asker. Let's see. Being a slutty guy is not revered. I guess can go out with their girlfriends and could get into a new relationship. Girls can go out with their girlfriend and get in a new relationship fairly quickly, whereas a man can't really do that. I mean, I think slutty guys are viewed as callous douchebags, probably more than anything else. And slutty girls are viewed as sluts. There's a double standard, Mr. Bobby, that doesn't work in favor of women. You know, most men probably want their woman to be lightly used. And you know you're not going to get a brand new car because you'd have to You'd have to ignore some age of consent things to find one of those these days. But it is probably the case that most men want their woman to not not be ultra experienced. Hi, I'm Julie. You will be tonight my 400th sexual partner. Congratulations. I made a pen for you. It says I'm 400. You know, knowing that your woman's been very promiscuous or something prior to you getting with her, it makes men feel unsafe because it makes men feel like they're not going to be able to compare against this laundry list of men that she's been with, each of whom independently has a possibility of being better at having sex with her than you are, or better at emotionally connecting with her than you are. According to something I read one time, there's two kinds of jealousy. There's sexual jealousy and emotional jealousy. And like, and that people tend to be worried about one of them and not the other. So it never crosses my mind, never, never had ever really, to think about or feel jealous about Rachel's emotional connection to somebody that she had in the past. Like, she really was emotionally close with that boyfriend. I can't even imagine what it would be like to feel jealous about that.
I get that.
Well, I mean, Jimmy Blaze, you and Mr. Bobby are both doing this thing where you're deciding the status of evolving issues that aren't done evolving. And I think you're doing so, therefore, prematurely. You think it's due to your FI? Maybe. I don't really know what. It's like when I think about what it would be to be emotionally jealous, it'd be like, okay, so that means I'm worried that her other boyfriend before me was funnier than me, or like was better at making Rachel sandwiches or something.
So the way that I think of it, and I've actually been both. Like I've been jealous both ways. Like there was this time where I was so jealous of Candace because I was like, oh my gosh, like I just
And you're like, oh my gosh, she is such a bitch. I wish I had that down that well.
I guess this was like early in the relationship, and when I had just come back from New York, and I was like feeling insecure, and I just like was, you know, I was like, we were in a relationship for so long, blah blah blah, like, um, so like sexually, like I was jealous, um, but I've also like if you had like a best friend who was a girl who like you went to talk to about, like,
Rachel, I just gotta go talk to Liz right now. Okay?
yeah, instead of me, like, I would be jealous about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, that's what happens when you're in the wrong relationship. Like when Candace and I were together, we increasingly spent all of our time doing different things, not together at all, because um, we were just like, I was tired. We were both tired of talking to the other person because neither of us was getting our expectations met. She wanted to tell me these ridiculous stories. I mean, they weren't ridiculous stories, but she wanted me to engage with her. She wanted to control how I listened to them. And they were stories about, anyway, you remember Catherine, Judy's sister who's going out with Adam? Or, you know Adam, right? Yeah? Okay. Catherine. So you got a picture of her in your head, right? Okay. So I was at Trader Joe's today, and I was in the mail aisle. And, look at me. Because I looked down on the floor listening to her, And by the time we'd been together for a while, that just started to drive me crazy. I don't want to look at you. I'm listening to your words. But of course, she wanted to see me and my FE, like my emotion, like, oh, really? She wanted that shit. Oh, yeah, we're not going to cheat on each other. We're not worried about that. But in terms of jealousy about past partners, it can either be you're worried that your partner was emotionally closer to a previous partner than they are to you, or you can be worried that your partner had better sex with a previous partner than they do with you. Do you think that whenever the other person is trying to control your attentional manners, that's a red flag? Well, I mean, look, criticism kills love. And trying to correct your partner's attentional stack because it there's some conflict generated in the in your respective absolute and instrumental values probably, and the expectations that you have accordingly. When they're trying to control how you're paying attention, they're really what they're saying is, I am critiquing you for your attentional configuration because it doesn't validate according to the values of mine. The thing is, if we could deal with people in a world where cognitive functions was broadly understood by most people because it was taught children at a very young age as the base level simulation for reality, or model, showing the mechanisms by which individual human beings, in conjunction with other individual human beings, create realities both individual and shared. Agape is my favorite kind of love. That's why I'm not fondling you. Agape is my favorite kind of love. That's why you are groping free.
What's agape?
It's like Catholic paladin love or something. Men who you friend zone will still be sexually interested in you, assuming they're straight only, unless they aren't attracted to you at all. I mean, that's just for people who have been single for a long time. That may be the case that they understand their relationships with women that way, but there's no reason to commit to that poor approach. I mean, you're in love with Catholic paladins.
Oh my gosh, that's me.
Oh, you can take me on the crusades anytime, Catholic paladin. I'm going outside, smoking a smoke. Gonna use fire and tobacco and make it go, yeah. I'm gonna smoke it up, and then I'll feel better. Good evening, and welcome to the darkness within. Behind me, a spooky old house with a single window illuminated. By what? A spirit? Perhaps. Tonight's scary adventure will take us into this haunted house in search of ghosts. How was that? Is that fine? Do we need to do it again? What do you mean my head was cut off? Well, can we hire a cameraman? No, it's not. I'm not also the cameraman. It says in my contract I'm just the on-screen personality. Like this? It's like you can't even see me. Okay, well, all right, fine. Good evening and welcome to the darkness within. Behind me, a spooky old house. A single light illuminates our behinds. Is it a ghost? A phantom? A phantasm? A ghoul? We'll find out tonight as we go inside in search of ghosts. How was that one? Well, I know it wasn't perfect, but it's like, should we go in there and maybe the ghosts will go away if we... What do you mean there aren't really any ghosts in there? Why are you having me read these lies? Well, I mean, I can't really be searching for ghosts if I already know there aren't any in there. Why didn't you take me to a house where they had ghosts? What do you mean ghosts aren't real? Where do we get ghost cheese from then? Goat cheese? What's a goat? Like a sheep? Huh, never heard of it before. I always thought that stuff was called ghost cheese. Well, I learn something new every day. Speaking of which, have you ever heard of those fainting boats? Yeah, apparently there's these kind of boats that if you startle them, they faint and fall over. Those are goats too? Wow. I never even heard of those things. Well, I guess you learn two things new every day. Painting goats, huh? How do you startle a goat? Well, I guess it's the same as startling anything else. You sneak up behind it and say boo. I just want to startle it. I don't want to scare it. That'd be too much scariness. So maybe I'll sneak up behind it and say bah. Then it'll think I'm a sheep. That'll be less scary. Okay. So we can't find any ghosts. Sasquatch. Yeah, let's look for Sasquatch. I hear he climbs up high in the trees to nest at night with the birds. Sasquatches are known to be nest stealers. Like when a lady Sasquatch is 8 months pregnant, because their pregnancies last 8 months instead of 9, she climbs up a tree, finds a crow's nest, kicks the crows out, and lays her baby there. Then she climbs down the tree, lets the crows feed it. They think it's its babe, their baby, you know. They just think, oh my God, our baby is horribly disfigured. And they feed it worms and stuff until it gets to a certain size, at which point it climbs down the tree where its mother is resting at the base of the tree still. Because childbirth takes a long time. It's really exhausting for Sasquatch women. The average Sasquatch labor lasts 19 days. And it's not much easier for the male Sasquatch. They're required to stand beside her for 19 days, continually saying, push, 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 breathe, push. If he stops for more than 30 seconds at any point during those 19 days, there's a high likelihood that the Sasquatch baby will explode inside of the mother. With the force of 10,000 tons of TNT. So it's pretty important that Sasquatch births go off without a hitch. They're responsible for most of our forest fires, you know.
They are?
Sasquatch breathing mishaps, yes.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Some people use spirituality to get checks. Others are there to transcend. I use Jesus to get laid. Yes, I use Jesus to get laid. Go to the bar with a cross on my face and I say, hey lady, do you want a taste of me? I'm using Jesus to get laid. Hey, would you like some information about our church? It's called Whores for Jesus. It's like regular Christianity, except we encourage being whores. Whores for Jesus is a great name for a church.
Horse for Jesus?
Yeah.
That is a great name for a church.
What about using chicks to get spirituality? Well, you know, I don't even have to use Rachel to get spirituality out of her. She's discharging a continual flow of particles that have been charged spiritually
Thank you.
with her NI. Yeah.
Thanks.
Like she is frequently looking at tarot cards on her phone,
Mm-hmm.
reading about numerology, and or encountering some other thing that troubles her when it tells her, you are plain like a paper bag and boring because your numbers add up to 5, and that's a bad number. So then she
Yeah.
comes to me a little troubled, like, what do you think about this? And I say, I think it's bullshit. Yes, I think it's bullshit.
It always makes me feel better.
Yeah, but at the same time, you'll never hear me initiating critique of your magical thinking. You've got your ways of knowing the world. I've got mine. Both of them are advantageous in some contexts and disadvantageous in others.
Oh my gosh, trouble.
You are such a meower.
I think it was to go out again.
I am such
Yeah.
a victim. I have been victimized by being into retarded for my whole life. Instead of helping me, people just said, stop being so into retarded.
Yeah.
And I cried like the doves. Woof, 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 woof. Woof, 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 woof. You wanted it to happen. I wanted to get enchanted by wordsy comments. But I was lying to myself. I was saying, I don't want to get enchanted by wordsy comments. But really, I did. When can you watch Trouble take a bomb rip? It's entirely on his schedule.
Yeah.
Like everything
Right
else
now
in
he's
life.
outside.
Yeah. Right now he's outside. That's what he's doing. In 5 seconds, when he meows to come back inside, then he'll be inside for 5 seconds.
Yep.
In the fight between a black hole and a supernova, 80% of the time, the black hole wins.
Oh, you have the spoon.
But that's because most things that are sold to us as supernovas are actually just regular novas. The more super the nova, the more likely it is to overwhelm the black hole with its superness. Black hole would be a good superpower to have.
I never even considered that.
Whenever a bad guy approaches your event horizon, time slows for him so much that by the time the fight's over for him, Earth itself has been consumed by the sun.
Wow.
Black hole sun, won't you come and wash the rain away? Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Okay, fine, then I'll just be out frozen down rocking space. What do you test in openness? open all the way. That was a trippy video. I remember that song mostly as like, "Dear Lord, will they stop playing this song, please?" Because both on MTV and on the radio, you could not get away from it. Just like you tried straw manning me, never have I said I feel like a victim. I don't appreciate that on your part. She is not saying anything about whether you feel like a victim. You talk like one. Complaining about injustice that favors other parties while ignoring injustice that favors you. If black holes turned out to be weapons, then what language would be used for it? Would you have a specific verb for black holing someone? Yeah, I just call them Hawking's radiation. Now you just Hawking's radiation. And then walk away. I have long flowing hair, so I go like this and whip it around. What injustice favors men? Like public restrooms, maybe? We don't have to wait in line as long?
Yeah.
Also, I play football. Like girls can't really play football. Now, I didn't bring up the subject for discussion, Mr. Bobby. I made a joke about MGTOW and Mensa. Yes, I teased MGTOW or made fun of it. I guess you are defending it from that, but why? You know, why defend it? I mean, I guess if it gives some people some sense of clarity, directionality, or something as a single person, then you can articulate benefits, but it seems kind of like becoming a eunuch to avoid complicated relationships. Well, no, the pay gap's mostly bullshit. Representation in government, there's lots of women represented, certainly at the federal level anyway, and most state level governments as well. But I did name several. I named several of them. I don't think that it's like it used to be, you know. This doesn't comprise an injustice, but like WNBA players make a lot less money than NBA players. The reason it doesn't comprise an injustice is because that's what the market dictates, you know. The same rules being applied to all people. If your sport makes a shit ton of money, you'll get paid a lot. Jimmy Blaze, how could you hate on Eric? Come on, man. Just gonna say I love this channel. I love it because sometimes I hate Eric, but sometimes I love him. Well, that's emotions for you. It come and go like the weather. Some days it's hot, some days it's cold. Sometimes it snows, sometimes it rains.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's a hurricane, sometimes there's not a hurricane. I think what I'm going to do to help myself become more conscious of my unconscious functions, I can become the master of all my functions. What I'm going to do is, from now on, I'm going to plan out my emotions. No, I named 2 of them. You have to wait in line in public for public restrooms, and I forget what the second one was. Oh, you can't play football. Women can't play football. And they can. They're not legally prohibited from doing so. But there's never been a woman beyond high school football who's ever played any position except for field goal kicker.
Isn't there like the lingerie?
Well, they can play football against other girls, I guess. But I mean, if they're dressed in lingerie, then does that really count as a regular sports league?
No.
It's more like mud wrestling or something, you know?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Is what a category error. Those are legitimate. I mean, look, the claim you make appeals to an injustice that's spotty, right? You can establish equally weak injustices, equally weak cases for injustices against women in favor of men, like pay gap. Pay gap is equally weak as an argument as family court disparities. They're both very weak arguments. There's not good evidence to support either of them because they're spotty. When it occurs that way, it occurs because of room afforded by standards, namely discretion of individual judges, rather than because of some structural inequity. So it's important to distinguish between those things. In other words, well, then that's not injustice about women, then. That's injustice about trans people. Because trans women are not women. No, we can't let words stop meaning things. They have to mean specific things. You know. So obviously nobody thinks it's a good idea for trans women to compete in women's sports. The reason being they have an advantage because they're men. Right?
Yeah.
No, playing against a trans woman is playing against a man. No, they're not, Lou DeFay. Look, you can't change your chromosomes. A person's sex is male if they have an X chromosome and a Y chromosome. A person's sex is female if they have 2 X chromosomes. So what do I have to do to qualify as a trans woman then? Because the thing is, if in fact we're going to just say that because somebody decides that they're now a woman, they can compete in, say, women's basketball instead of men's basketball, then we're going to need to create a new league that's for people with 2 X chromosomes. Because obviously, if, like in men's basketball, there are multiple people over 7 feet tall at the professional level or at the collegiate level. In women's basketball, there are hardly any. Just maybe like one or two. Like Brittany Griner, I think is 7 feet tall. Maybe. So there's a straightforward, clear cut advantage in terms of physique among men playing the game. Imagine us, a 6'10", 6'11" man who's not good enough to play in the NBA, but would kill in the WNBA. Should he be able to simply declare, I'm now a woman, and play in the WNBA? Or would you require him to have surgery first, or what? Let's not be insane, right? Let's not be insane about shit. A trans woman is not the same thing as a natural born woman. You might argue we should behave as though they are in most contexts. It's pretty difficult to argue that sports is one of those contexts. You really have to be playing, I refuse to see, I refuse to hear, I refuse to know. Because the engine of all competitive endeavor is fairness. That's why we don't have women just play with men, because it wouldn't be fair, because so few women would be able to make the team. When you just had one team, co-ed basketball, some sports, there's not really a marked difference. So, like billiards, there's no reason to have a separate women's division for billiards. There's no reason to have a separate women's division for poker. Those are sports that don't afford, at which men don't have any advantage. Also, for races, running races of 100 miles or more in length, men used to have an advantage. Is that a huge fly or what? This is a centipede. There's a big millipede I saw earlier today. Are you a fly or a beetle? If you are a beetle, which one? It's either Paul or Ringo. There's the only two left. You want to come outside now? Is that what you're saying? Well, come outside then. Oh, Mr. Man Kitty. Why are you such a kitty man? That kitty, he wants to be the boss of everything. Go to bed right now, he says. I don't want to go to bed, is my response. Please show. Oh, he's went back inside now. I was going to, but of course, he's trouble in all things. So as soon as I want to show him on the camera, he's gonna get up and move. Just guaranteed. He's more trouble than a boat full of Haitians on a Sunday afternoon at Miami Beach. Oh shit. Here comes ice. No, honey, don't go help the Haitians get. Oh God. Oh God. Just can we just pack up and go? This is gonna be just a nightmare. Look, here comes a border control officer with a semi-automatic gun. And he's shoving it in the face of these drowning Haitians. Just get out of here. We don't want to be anywhere near this. You there! Hands in the air! I said, hands in the air! I'm drowning! Remember that case with that little kid, that Cuban kid, and they wanted to like kick him out of the country or whatever. And there's this photo of him like being held by some adult, and there's like these cops in like riot gear, and they're like all pointing guns at this little kid. Oh my God, what was that guy's name? Like Elian Rodriguez or something like that. Remember that kid? That picture's pretty famous. Talk about face palming. Like, ay, you fucking idiots. Why are you pointing these assault rifles at this little kid? What are you afraid he's gonna do? Quickly build an IED? You never know, he's from Cuba. They're communists down there. Communists have great technology. Kim Jong-un has done such amazing stuff. According to the North Korean textbooks, he won an international yacht race when he was like 8 years old. Pretty amazing. And all the other people from all the other countries were so impressed with Kim Jong-un. He really tried hard, is why. He had the same kind of spirit that helped me jump over the Grand Canyon on a horse when I was 1 day old. Kim Jong-un gave his country mountain collapse syndrome. So now it's like, they don't know if they should blow up any more nuclear bombs in that mountain because it's gonna collapse. It's true. The North Koreans have given themselves a bad case of mountain collapse syndrome. If they test any more nuclear bombs in that mountain, it's going to collapse. And send up this huge dust cloud of radioactive shit. So everyone's all like, hey, don't blow up any more nuclear bombs in that mountain. I'm cardinal as fuck. Good for you. Fuck's pretty cardinal. I'm a cardinal in the Catholic Church. Cardinal Eric Strauss. King of the Mariposa Diocese. I can get you guaranteed placement in heaven for the low, low price of 1,000 gold coins. Each of the coins should weigh half an ounce. For the low, low price of 500 ounces of gold, I can get you guaranteed placement into heaven no matter how much you sin. It's one of my powers as a cardinal. Also, I have to play my home games in St. Louis. That's one of the downsides. The real North Korea, life and politics in the failed Stalinist utopia. Stalinist utopias. Boy, those are two words that should not be next to each other in that order. Meow to you as well, kitty friend. I know you smell like kitty men because you are my kitty man. Meow to you too. Meow, meow. Bobby, I know your sun. I know your moon. Now tell me, what's your asteroid like? Does it look like that? Like a cat on the back of a chair, staring at space and space nobody will ever see because it's been swallowed by a black hole. Are you scared? You should be. Hello, kitty, my old friend. I've come to pet on you again. First I'll pet you with my left hand here, and then I'll pet you with my right one, dear. And then I'll use both my hands for full body pets. That's what you get. It's the sound of petting. Oh yes. Oh yes, Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. Yeah. Oh yeah. You have host email? Just send the email in the description then. Eric goes Gopnik. What's Gopnik? I'm not going Gopnik. I'm just expressing my fetish. Fetish is a fetish for kitties. Like this one right here. Oh my goodness. What a beauty. What a beauty kitty. Oh yes. Look at her beauty. That's my email. Don't wear it out. A Gopnik is a member of a delinquent subculture in Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and in other former Soviet republics, a young man of working class background who usually lives in suburban areas and comes from a family of poor education and income. The collective noun is Gopoto. Gopota. Gopota. Yeah, you only know because I shared it at Karma's Pimp. I'm not entirely sure if it was the sun or the moon rising. Well, what you want to do in that case is check to see if it's getting to be daytime or nighttime. If it's getting to be daytime, then the sun is rising. If it's getting to be night, then the moon is rising. If it's already the middle of the day, well, then there's no hard fast rule. The moon could come out early, but the sun usually won't set early. Pretty reliable. I mean, it'll set earlier than the day before if you're moving towards December 21st. But just by a little bit. Don't let that throw you off. Well, I'll explain daylight savings time next week. That's all the time we have for class today. No, he escaped. Who escaped? Sasquatch? Sasquatches are constantly mysteriously disappearing in national parks. Yeah, we basically couldn't live any closer to a national park than we do without living in a national park.
Yeah.
We're very close to Yosemite National Park and Sierra National Forest. They kind of move into each other. They kind of mush into each other.
Yeah.
The Sierra National Forest and Yosemite National Park. If you're squatting and you're wearing Adidas, you aren't cool enough to eat lunch with me. Is that the end of that lyric? Yeah, I've watched a lot of those videos, Mr. Bobby. I'm interested in those stories. I got a Ring camera in the tech closet here. I just need to set it up, and then set up an account with Ring or whatever. He might have. I don't remember it in particular. It wouldn't have stood out to me prior to moving up here, but probably he has. I've watched spooky stories about Yosemite from What Lurks Beneath, and I went through a phase a while back where I was really into those things. And in fact, I got to have that wonderful experience of interviewing the guy who was lost at that one place when he was 8 years old. Right? And I made a video about like fact checking some other shit I'd found on the internet about that story. And then that guy contacted me and wanted me to interview him and tell his story because he didn't like the contrafactual content out there about his story. So that was a real treat for me. And Michael Roan, that was his name. No, Roan Mountain, Michael something. Michael Reel.
Yeah.
Michael Reel of the Roan Mountain Mystery, or the Roan Mountain Disappearance. Yeah, when he was 8 years old, he was lost in the woods for a week. And during some not particularly friendly weather, I guess you'd say. There were some cold nights, got down into the 40s and stuff. And they had everybody and their brother out there looking for his ass. But he had implemented a protocol where he hid in some little bush, curled up to sleep during the daytime, and walked around at night because he was afraid that animals were going to eat him at night. So when the searchers were walking around, he was like asleep under a bush. And when the searchers went home, he was out and about looking for people to find him. Anyway, eventually they did find him. And but people have made basically paranormal explanations for what happened to him. And cited news articles from the time to justify these explanations. But after talking to the guy, it was very clear that there was no paranormal anything going on. And he was just lost in the woods for a week. And then they found him. yeah, it was a definitely a high point in the channel's history for me because I actually got to resolve an internet mystery. You've actually been to Redwood National Park? Well, it's only 15 minutes long. There's the video link for Mrs. Mom if you want to watch it. Um, he ate, I think I don't remember what he ate. He found some food maybe on the last day or
Yeah,
something.
apples.
Apples?
And I think he said berries too, but I'm not sure.
Hmm. Well, my phone is running out of electricity. I plugged it into the battery pack. I think I might play a song or two and then wrap this up. I think I might play a couple covers. I'm going to go over here to Cover Town. And I'm going to look up some songs that I want to play. Okay. Okay. I'm gathering together a few of them. So, thank you for your patience. I really, 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 really appreciate it. Let's see here. What do I want to play also the cover? I want to play. What was I thinking of earlier that I wanted to play? Oh, that's not a cover, but I will play that. But okay, kitty. Okay. Let's start with this one. Alright, here we go. The satellite's gone up to the skies. And things like that drive me out of my mind. I watched it for a little while. I like to watch things on TV. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, bum. Satellite of love. Satellite of love. Satellite of love. Satellite of the satellite's gone way up to Mars. Soon it will be filled with parking cars. I'll watch it for a little while. I love to watch things on TV. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Satellite of love. Satellite of love. Satellite of love. Satellite of... I guess look at that weird bridge. I don't know how it goes really. Alright, let's try this one. What's the matter with the clothes I'm wearing? Can't you tell that your tie's too wide? Maybe I should buy some old tab collars. Welcome back to the age of jive. Where have you been hiding out lately, honey? You can't dress trashy till you spend a lot of money. Everybody's talking about the new sound funny. Still rock and roll to me. What's the matter with the car I'm driving? Can't you tell that it's out of style? Should I get a set of white wall tires? Are you gonna cruise the Miracle Mile? Nowadays you can't be too sentimental. Your best bet's a true baby blue Continental. Fast funk, cool punk, even if it's all chunky, still rock and roll to me. It doesn't matter what they say in the papers, 'cause it's always been the same old scene. There's a new band in town, but you can't get the sound from a story in a magazine. Aimed at your average teen. How about a pair of pink sidewinders and a bright orange pair of pants? You could really be a programmer, baby, if you just give it half a chance. Don't waste your money on a new set of speakers. You get more mileage from a cheap pair of sneakers. Next phase, new wave, dance craze. Every day it's still rock and roll to me. Phase, new wave, dance craze. Anyways, it's still rock and roll to me. How about now? Is it still rock and roll to you? Yes. Kitty. Seriously though. You still want to come back inside in like 5 minutes?
No.
That cat is nothing but trouble. $6 in my hand. Up to Lexington, 125. Feel sick and dirty, more dead than alive. I'm waiting for my man. Hey, white boy, yeah, what you doing uptown? Hey, white boy, you chase all women around. No, pardon me, sir, it's furthest from my mind. I'm just waiting for a dear friend of mine. Waiting for my man. Here it comes, all dressed in black. And VR shoes and a big straw hat. He's never early, but he's always late. First thing you learn is that you always gotta wait. I'm waiting for my man. Thanks. That was pretty fun. I haven't played that song in a long time. I had a match, but she had a lighter. I had a flame, I was bright, but she was much brighter. I was high, but she was the sky. Oh baby, I was bound for Mexico. Oh baby, I was bound to let you go. Well, I don't know much about Cinco de Mayo. I'm never sure what it's all about. But I said I want you, and you don't believe me. You said you want me, but I've got my doubts. Oh, baby, I was bound for Mexico. Oh, baby, I was bound to let you go. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Thanks, darling. That's a pretty good song.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, well, some folk call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking canes, and it wouldn't do an ounce of good to call me names. Daddy's name wasn't Willie Woodrow. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I want to find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose but lost the game. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part, anything they giving. I'm proud, why, got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm a small town boy, been around a little, and I like guitars and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the kind of soul that can fan my flame. I'm ready, I got to work just to be somebody. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Yeah, I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. Proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Thanks. Going to the low, up mountain, going to the low, far from the city below. Going to the low, up mountain, going to the low, driving these windy roads, mountain sunshine on the trees. Far above the smoky city, mountain sunshine on those trees. Mountain sunshine on the trees. Far above the smoky city, mountain sunshine on those trees. Going to the low, up mountain, going to the low. Far from the city below, going to the low, up mountain, going to the low, gonna drive the smoky roads. Thank you, thank you. Amelia, go from that place, take unto you the details of your case. Amelia, Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will you say when you look at you then moving sideways in the space you're in and staring sidelong with your thirsty grin? Amelia, can't you see you and I will never be Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia, Amelia, I'm watching you, fail for sure, no matter what you do. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then whirring sideways in the space you're in and staring sidelong with that thirsty grin? Amelia, can't you see you and I will never be Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the too much opportunity to leave that in the too much opportunity to leave that in the rain. Amelia. Thanks, darling. You're my special darling Pooh, and you know that you are my darling. Oh, he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, training for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Yeah, you guys both have lots invested. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you've both been tested. Time to move up, find higher ground. Oh, he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. Pretty good, thank you.
Okay.
That son of a bitch.
I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Sure.
Should I?
Whatever you prefer. I don't know how long I'm gonna be.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you.
Night.
Good night.
Oh well, he's puckered tart, lemon squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, and it will be a while till he sees you again. He's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. He's International Delight's favorite go-to right-hand guy. International I can mend. He is also busy like his friend, the beaver bee. Busiest creature, busy as a bee, and busy as a beaver, and so much busier than Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Well, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-doo-da-day. Well, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-da-da-doo-da. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-day. And if you go to visit him for starts, remember to bring something sour or tart. He's not a fan of sugary treats because he's pucker tart, not pucker sweet. Well, he's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, and it will be a while till he sees you again. Pucker tart, pucker tart, lemon squeeze, friend to you and me. Hmm. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. 'Cause life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night. And mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to sap the will to find. 'Cause whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten, noise is sort of based on what I see here, but also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we'll run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Seems we bought us some more time. Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say, something to say. And that something is hello. I just called to say hello. Would you like to say hello back to me? Okay. Not right now, huh? Okay. No, I got it. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous soft friend. And now it's wonderful kitty petting time again. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time, and a wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. But your wonderful kitty is a fabulousness I've never encountered before. And out of that, I want to pet my kitty some more. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time. Hooray! Pretty good. Pretty good for something that's okay. I didn't get around to petting Rachel today, actually. Not a bad idea. I didn't create the false religions. I was somebody else. I was Dave. I was shocked the other day when I went into the saloon. It was the middle of day, just around high noon. That's when I discovered the horrible news. I created false religions. Religion, religion, religion. Should have been B minor. It was me. I was the one that came up with all the false religions? Even Zoroastrianism? God damn it. Talk about any really running amok. Boy, oh boy. Okay, I'm done. I'm going to call it a night. A night. And I'm going to. Of course, you couldn't posture yourself as a better Christian, misfortune. I'm right here. I'm like the #1 best Christian. So you're obviously going to look like a shitty Christian in comparison to me. That's not just you, that's everybody, you know. Except Jesus. Jesus is a better Christian than me. Other than that, I got like the blue ribbon every year at the county fair for best Christian. They give me an extra wafer and extra grape juice because I can't drink the wine. All right, good night. I love you. you, remember this, you, whoever you are somebody's sweet prince.